What's going on? What's going on, YouTube? What's going on? Let me know if you guys can hear me. Let me know. Let me
We need
know.
another one. Folk now. I'm hungry though. I ain't gonna lie, I can go for some fries or something, folks. I ain't gonna lie, folks. I can go for some fries or something.
Salute, salute, salute to y'all. Salute to you guys. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know in that chat if we're doing good, if we're okay. Uh, well, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. We got a lot to cover, friends. We got a lot to cover. There's a lot going on, but you really have to pay attention to understand. I know some of you already understand because you've been with us longer, right? A lot of you have been with us longer, so you understand what is going on, okay? So YouTube is a fraternity. Let me start opening my files while I conversate. Uh, Especially the blacks. You know, when the blacks create content, they create content as a fraternity because they don't know how to work on something independently. Okay. The idea of working independently on something is not really things that they are good at. This is why, like from our previous videos, we talked about how they always want to claim credit for your work, or they want you to pay homage to some ancestors for your effort. None of them talk about your work, right? They will never talk about your work. And you're seeing all of this play out. Now, one of the most interesting things that I've come across from this particular group, and I'm going to go start with this guy. Okay. Let me share my screen so you guys can see it. Um, right here. I want you to pay attention to a few things. All right. I want to pay attention to a few things. Now, I really don't want to have a back and forth with Afro Think Tank because on one hand, he believes what he believes. I don't think he hates Africans. Uh, I know he's on a Pan African ideology, but that doesn't excuse you when you make certain mistakes. And what I've realized from this particular group of people is they don't like their mistakes being called out by Africans because they still think they are better than the Africans. So as soon as an African calls them out, it's a problem. This guy, and I played a video of him in his own words, telling immigrants that are in America that they are only here because their homes are shitholes and that they can't do anything in their home country. That is why they are here. How is that different from Tariq Nasheed? That means you believe in the Tariq talking point. You just don't say it because it doesn't sound pleasant. Because I will never say that about anybody that moves anywhere for opportunity. Uh, some of these relationships are very mutual. Like my company sees benefit in me. That is why they employ me. Nobody gives you free money. When I go to work tomorrow, I'm doing something that helps the company make money. That is why they are hiring me. That means that I've built a skill set that helps these companies grow. Now, if you have homegrown talent that can do what I do, and I promise you, I'm not bragging, there's very few. There's very, very few. If my company replaces me, they're gonna replace me with an H1B. Okay, an H1B is typically gonna go to the Indians. It will not go to a black American. I swear to God. If my company replaces me tomorrow, my job will go to somebody in Southeast Asian. Those are the people that I compete with. But I have an advantage over them because I'm a US citizen and the companies need to pay money and go through immigration hurdles to hire them. This is why I always say you need to build exclusive skills and be very confident in what you do. across the board. Whatever you're doing, just try to be one of the best at it so that you are immune from issues. The same applies for my spouse. She's a senior litigation attorney. She has no problems finding work. I mean, like, absolutely no problems finding work because she built a skill. This is what I'm talking about. Now, if you translate this to YouTube, okay, there is something going on with these people. Okay, and I'm gonna start with this guy, and then I'll take your comments. I know some of you have sent some comments in. I'll take your comments here in a bit, but I don't want to lose my train of thought, so I want to start something here. Let's go to some of his posts. uh, Manosphere, Red Pill, Alt-Right, Kunarian, right? So those things. uh, let's see, I'm trying to find. Please go subscribe to this great creator. Okay? Okay, I think he's referring to Javin here. But Javin is a cool guy. This is what is going on with a lot of people who create, right? They're always the small channels get help from the big channels, or they get coverage from the big channels. When they do you those favors, you have to speak good about them. You cannot criticize these people. You have to be in their column. It's like a fraternity. You have to be involved or included in a certain group, okay? Because they all have one goal. The goal is views, and the views translates to money. And this is how they can make a living. Now let's go down to this post. He cooking. African YouTuber just disrespected, I think that was the LT video. So he posted a link to LT's channel because LT is saying something about me that he likes. But he's posting the link to that video. Why? So that he can help LT gain subscribers. LT has 18,000. Afro Think Tank endorsing LT here will send subscriptions and views to LT. So LT will have to speak in support of Afro Think Tank. Okay. I hope you guys are establishing the chain here. If you go down, then I come in. Notice when he makes a post about me, there is no link to the video. He takes a screenshot because he's not happy about that screenshot. Okay. But this is what he writes up. And this is very hard to read, but I'm going to try, because if you look on the top, the the post is edited, but it's still poorly written. It says this is okay, it's not supposed to be an African version of FBA. It's supposed to be, this is an African version of FBA, right? So grammar, a little bit of grammar off in the first line of sentencing. Okay. I mean, in the age of AI, if you can't proofread, just put it in the prompt, it'll fix it for you, right? Just use it, bro. If you know you're horrible at writing and all you can do is just speak, just try and use the tools available in the modern era to help you, so that you come across as a little bit intelligent. Okay, at least you put yourself at parity with us. So there, this is, I'll correct it for him. This is an African version of FBA. They always, I think he was trying to say, there is always a few of them. Again, we're struggling here. There are always a few of them that start YouTube channels. I think S, another S missing. I mean, you can make this shit up, bro. English is your only fucking language. This is what I've been talking about on YouTube. You only speak one language. Can you at least write it correctly? And if you can't write correctly, can you use the tools that are available? Like, I am struggling to read the first 3 lines of this post. And the post has been edited, which means he proofread it, and he still had issues with grammar. I bet if my son will figure this out. My son will. So instead of spending all this energy talking crap on the internet, maybe you should do a little bit of adult education. Start with English grammar. go back to grade school and try to fix a few things. Because, see, I'm not a native speaker of English. English is just an official language in Ghana. But there's no point in my linguistic history that I'll write very poor English like this. I just won't do it. And to top this off with telling me I'm a level one thinker and you can't even write correctly in your own language tells me a lot about who you are and how much effort and time you spent in your self development. Okay. So I want to make this very clear to these idiots that are on YouTube: Afro Think Tank, LT, and all the Oshay Duke Jackson, and all these guys that are making videos about me. And you can be very critical of me, but do not tell me what to do. Okay? I don't want any of you to take credit for what I'm doing on YouTube. If there's anybody that is on YouTube that is a foul player, it's me, because I'm doing what is conventionally not doable. This has been built exclusively by me and a few of you that come here to support me on a night to night basis. Most of my commentary is not really reactionary. It's me. If you come here and you watch my live streams, I do most of the talking. So I am not stealing anybody's content. And if these guys go to Africa and they act a fool and I talk about it, I don't talk about it just because they are big creators. I talk about it because I've noticed something about them. So if he thinks that talking about him is to grow my channel, well, here's the truth here. Most Black Americans will not stay 1 week on my channel. I know my channel and I know my analytics. There's a video I've seen people subscribe to a video and within that same video unsubscribe because I see the analytics myself. That means there is something that I said in a video that they didn't like. Okay? If I was pro Black, if I said very good things about the Black community, my channel would have grown 10x. But you know what? I don't care, because my vision and the reason that I'm here is completely different. None of these guys, Afro Think Tank, LT, and all these guys on YouTube, O'Shea, none of them will be or qualify to be in my personal circle, and I'm not bragging. A lot of the people in my professional circles are people that I go to church with. It's not even a class system, but there's certain things that we have in common. They are oftentimes married with kids. All these fools are not married. They don't have any kids. They have no responsibility. They have so much dopamine to burn off because they're always on the internet. And guess what? I'm working 3 jobs and I can still produce content at the same exact pace than they do. I can even say I'm a little bit more consistent than they are, and this is their full time job. So that should tell you a little bit about me in terms of my work ethic and what I put into this stuff, even though this doesn't pay me. And I will prove it to you in this same live stream. I'm going to prove it to them. This is why I don't want to be friends with these people. First of all, I don't want them to take any credit for my hard work because we know that's what they do. Secondly, I'm not in a pro Black space. I couldn't give a fuck. I don't make any money off this YouTube shit. I'm only here for my own goals. I have set goals for this project. This is a project. So unless they don't understand it, they will today. This is a project. I have never taken a paycheck from YouTube. Can you believe it? If you don't, I'll prove it to you today. All my payments have been deferred to November. Since last year, everything that I've produced on these streets has come out of my pocket. You may have donated super chats. You may have viewed and watched most of my videos. Most of my videos come from ad revenue. Most of my revenue comes from ad revenue. All that has been put aside till the end of the year. That means I don't need this money. And again, I will prove it to you today because I've done it before in the past. About 4 months ago, I showed it to you. I'll show it to you again today. I've never taken a single paycheck from this. Can any of these dudes open up their AdSense so we know how much money they're getting? Can any of these dudes put up their Cash App receipts so we know how many people send them money? These people live on YouTube. This is all they got. So for them to be able to eat, they have to be buddies and they have to do each other favors. And in return for those favors, they have to be very, very nice to each other. They may sound logical in the beginning, you know, they may sound like they are really trying to express something that you've said and correct you, and they could be right in certain instances. But if you think beyond the presentation, all these guys are on the same WhatsApp group, okay? They communicate, they plan, they project out, and they try to push out whoever they think is a threat to their business model. And I am a threat to their business model. And the reason I'm a threat to their business model is very simple. They know that I don't need the money. No matter how many times that I've proven that to them, they'll still put it in there because they want the audience to believe that I'm doing this for views, clicks, and money, even though they know damn sure well on live streams, on community tabs, I post my earnings publicly. Yet that is still not satisfying enough because they want to run with a narrative that doesn't exist. I don't sell any products. I don't have memberships. Can any of these dudes do a month without membership? Let them give out their memberships for free for 1 month. Let's see how they survive. They can't do it. They cannot do it. The difference between me and these motherfuckers is I built a skill before I even got on YouTube. I'm here for a project. When I get through that project, I may log off, I may not log off. I'm enjoying the ride, but I'm challenging what I've been observing for many years. And today I'm going to walk you through a few videos and then I'll open up the lines. Um, but here's the video. Fake yellow African disrespect black immigrants. Yes, he did disrespect us, but he never apologized for it. He doubled down on it. And you know what he started doing? Now he started doing videos attacking black immigrants, but nicely. That's the arrogance that they move with. And I gave him a warning yesterday, and I mean it. If you really, really want me to dig down into your drift, maybe you haven't seen me go to work. But this is a very silent warning, and I fucking mean it. If you really want me to dedicate my channel to undercovering your grift, your channel is gonna struggle like Oshay Duke Daniel's whatever, Oshay Duke Jackson's channel. Because the moment we hit him 6 months ago, and I've done the data on it, I'll present this to you in my next live stream. Oshay's analytics have consistently been going down ever since we started exposing him. He got a little bit of a break when we stopped. When we stopped doing this, he got a little bit of a break. And then he went right back into it. Okay. And if you, yeah, we're going to play a few videos for you guys to understand what is going on. But ask yourself a few things. Why did Oshay take those videos down? None of these guys questioned Oshay yesterday for disrespecting Africans. He was more concerned about Oshay disrespecting Pan Africans. Who monetizes off Pan African? Black American Pan African creators. They are the ones that do these tours to Africa. They are the ones that tell people to buy land in Africa. They are the ones that tell people to invest in Africa. They use Africa's fertile lands as a means to enrich themselves. They fundraise to build projects, quote unquote, to help the Africans. That is a grift. There's a Pan African grift and there's an FBA grift. And both of them are trying to work together because Africans started pushing back on YouTube, which has been the bigger platform where all this has been happening. Because there is no way channels that are 100,000 subs will put me as a subtitle, as a, what do you call it? As the subject of a live stream. We only have less than 2,000 subs here. Why am I a subject of their live streams? 8,000 on the other one. Why am I a subject of their live streams? Because they are threatened. First of all, one is because they know damn sure that I don't need anything from this stuff. I don't. I'm only here to call them out, to clean it up and to demand respect that the Africans deserve, because their disrespect of us is also a moneymaker. And this dude right here is trying to play both sides. Okay. So he's cozying up to Oshay because he doesn't want Oshay to call out his grift, which is the Pan African bullshit that they are dealing with. You Pan Africans don't speak like this. They don't tell immigrants to go home and build their countries. Shame on you. They don't tell the refugee from Congo that because a warlord has taken over a territory, or a Haitian who is living because of gangs taking over Port-au-Prince, that they need to go home and fix their countries. Even if they are mad at Haitians, a Pan African would never say that. This is why I said these people are transactional. And his Pan Africanism is just a cover to play both sides. But when push comes to shove, they will always go with the tribe. And that is okay. That is okay. I am never going to back down out of this. I'll never apologize for anything that I say. I'm not trying to be friends with none of these people because, like I said, when we turn these cameras off, I will never hang out with none of these motherfuckers because they don't belong to my circle. And that it may sound a little bit cocky, but it is fact. Okay? If you look at the reading here, there is no way this idiot would qualify to be in my circle. I work with professionals. I'm surrounded by professionals. My close friends are professionals. I hang with professionals. The people that I communicate with are professionals. And even if they are not professionals, at least they are aspiring to be. They have a drive and a motivation to be. They are not aspiring to just be fucking YouTubers. I don't respect this shit. Yes, some people may have done well with it, but whenever I go back and I look at their histories, they've been the same idiots for the last 8 years. Again, I'm going to play it out for you guys to see it today. I'm a little bit behind on your comments, but I will get it. So this is what I'm trying to establish here, okay? So that LT video, I wasn't going to talk about it until I went back and I saw his interview with Oshay, which we played a little bit of it. But in his interview with Oshay, you're gonna, whatever I've just talked about today, you're gonna experience the same things that I just talked about. Okay. First of all, let's start right here. He's live right now talking about Poetic Flacco and Oshay because Flacco has responded to Oshay. But what is LT doing? Look at the thumbnail for Flacco. Flacco is in a depressed state. Flacco is crying. But Oshay is nice and handsome. That should tell you a lot about these people. Okay? Now, I have cut LT some slack, but I'm also going to call out the bullshit because I heard a lot of bullshit yesterday. Normally, I don't push back, but I understand the game. And he alluded to it. Oh, we're only going to fuck with you if you fuck with us. It's like, dude, I don't need money here. I don't need YouTube. What don't you guys understand? I don't need this shit, man. I don't. I don't need any money that comes from this. I do not need it one bit. If I needed it, it won't be deferred. Yes, I will get paid for it. But what is it going to be? $2,000 a year? Really? $2,000 a year. I don't need it, man. It won't do nothing. It probably won't even pay my kids' school fees. Won't pay my kids' school fees. So what do I need this shit for? I'm not here to buddy up with people that have no integrity and doesn't want to call it straight down the middle. Now let me show you this interview, okay? And let's measure the energy levels. Okay. Look at the Godfrey thumbnail. Look at the Flacco thumbnail. Does he really want to join this diaspora? I know he's sitting over there in Canada, but do you really want to join this? Do they think we are playing? Do these motherfuckers think we're playing? You know? Uh I think this should be it.
Ugandan American. I'm not gonna put my community out there to be harmed because they work. I know Ugandans work hard for the money of the diaspora. I know that. I know they work hard in
Bro,
Qatar. I know they work hard in Dubai.
I don't want you to have a negative label or a negative stigma when it comes to being divisive or anything, because there's, you know how much times I've defended you on my platform. Half of my chat is against you and they think you're divisive and you're doing X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, some of them don't understand YouTube, so I'm like, it's okay, they're not content creators. But then other times I'm like, I get how.
LT, you don't need to understand YouTube to know if somebody is divisive because you called me divisive yesterday. Your chat, half of your chat is telling you Oshay is divisive. But yet, because they are not content creators, they don't understand this. What does that mean? Oshay Duke Jackson is doing these interview rounds to clean up the shit that he said about Africans the last 3 days. You spoke to him for almost 50 minutes. You didn't ask him or play a single clip of why we got here. Why? Because Oshay is an OG in this game, and Oshay can offer you value because you depend on this stuff. You can never be objective with him. The reason I was not hostile with Oshay when he showed up on my channel was because I've always been hostile with him, and he wouldn't show up if I wasn't going to guarantee that it was going to be a fair interview. That is why I gave him the platform to express himself. But it was not soft, it was not pandering because I could see through it. And I decided not to go after him because of certain personal things that he revealed. I know the guy needs help. I guarantee you, Oshay needs help. I know for a fact. I've worked long in corporate America to understand trauma and how people deal with personal issues and when they go through things and how they take PTO to take time off. This guy is burnt out. He needs help. He has a nasty, nasty upbringing that we're going to get to at some point. That is going to be the last set of videos I'll do on him. For now, I'm going slow by breaking down all the things that I'm discovering and connecting people's minds to this. This is all a game. This is all a game. He may have called me out for certain things that I said, like like not being productive when they show up to Africa, being mean to them. Well, that is because they said we are scammers. So if Osha is making videos calling Africans scammers, even if we're not, then what is wrong about me telling Africans to scam them? I'm telling Africans to scam them because they say we are scammers. That's the logic behind it. I'm very much aware of everything that I'm saying on the internet because I've studied this dude that you guys haven't. You're pedestalizing him because you think he can help you. His channel is going down. He got a head start, but he's struggling. He's not making the money that you guys think he's making. So you're carrying favors and covering up for his bullshit. This guy, Oshay, knows exactly what he's doing. Let's go to his channel. Okay. Again, I'm being a little bit thorough here, but I'm trying to drive something home. If you go to the live chat, when was the last live post? 4 months ago. Well, but we all know last week and 2 weeks ago, Oshay has done 3 live streams. Why has he taken all those live streams down? Because he insulted Africans, because he disgraced himself. And soon as we started calling that out, what does he do? He went out there and he started he started going on people's panels. The people that could criticize him, he went on your panels. And he deleted the material that you could have used uh, to investigate him. Look at these thumbnails. When criticizing Africa goes wrong, what does he do? The same thumbnails that he considers extreme when Tariq Nasheed does. That's what he's doing. And then he makes this video 2 days ago. Pan-African keyboard warriors are going outside. You know what this pussy did? All the people he talked about, none of you know him. You don't know none of the guys that Oshay talked about. All the guys that he's calling Pan-African keyboard warriors, he's talking about black immigrants from Africa who live in the West criticizing Oshay for insulting them and their cultures. Instead of him apologizing, he used the power of his platform to go against these people. And when he did that, he went on people's Facebook and Instagram profiles and took pictures, and these people that don't even have platforms. And I'm like, when I first got a notification of this video, I thought he was gonna mention me. And I'm not asking him to mention me because, like I said again, none of his subscribers will remain on my channel when they show up. Yes, they may subscribe for 10 days, but after 10 days, this content is too hard for them to stay. They're gonna leave. So everything that I'm developing is my curated audience. It has nothing to do with the people that I talk about or that I have criticisms of. Because you may have come here because I criticize Austin Holloman. But once I make my black videos, you're going to leave because it's going to hit your community. And I'm very much aware of it. Okay. I know exactly which content will lose subscribers. Whenever I post a video, I know that video will make me lose 2 or 3 subscribers, and I still post it anyway because I don't care about these numbers. So why didn't Oshay put me up there? He's aware of it. When he talked about Afro Think Tank, I came up in their conversation, but he's scared to bring this up because he knows I have the material, and those people are gonna come here and they will see it. And I'm about to start releasing a whole lot of it. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. We're gonna go on a sustained attack on Oshay Duke Jackson to a point where, one, it hurts his money, which is already ongoing, where it hurts his credibility because I don't think he has any, and creates enough enemies for him in Kenya and Uganda to force him out. That is the goal going forward, starting today. That is our goal. Our goal is to make Ugandans and Kenyans not like this guy. The more people dislike him, the better, because that will make his situation more difficult. When he goes to restaurants and he gets denied service, when he tries to do business and he gets scammed, when his workers don't put in the best effort, all these things will force him out. Because this is what I've understood. And I'll go back to this. Oshay is aware of exactly what he's doing. He is deliberately participating in these diaspora wars because he cannot create any more content that makes him money. This is why, if you look at his content, look at it right here. Pan-African, Black American became African. When criticizing Africa goes wrong, African men refusing to pay bride price. Why Black Americans don't have to leave South Africa. Kenyan woman accused South Africans of doing this. So he's playing into the South Africa conflict, the diaspora wars. This is the new frontier, okay? And he has a history of doing this. If we go to his main channel, this guy is a very horrible human being. First video, he's attacking Haitians. Go here, Somalis on a chopping block. We know his history with Myron. Haitians on a chopping block, putting them looking like the same thing Tariq does, he does, right? Not all the time, but he does. Or most recently, attacking Godfrey and Poetic Flacco. Why these two? Because these two guys have Black audiences and they're doing well. I don't know much about Godfrey in terms of YouTube and finances, but we all know that Flacco is doing well and doing much better. Okay, so his attention has turned on to Flacco. Look at how he depicts Flacco in this video. He attacks Flacco again, constantly making videos attacking Flacco while acknowledging that Flacco is doing better than him. His goal is to destroy Flacco by inserting these diaspora wars into the minds of the viewers of Flacco, because the viewers of Flacco are predominantly Black Americans. So these people, when they take this frontier into a phase that affects the earning potential of black immigrants who are friends with black Americans. So for Afro Think Tank to overlook all this bullshit and look at me and say, I'm doing this to capitalize. No, I'm not capitalizing off shit. Who is going to defend Flacco? Who is going to defend Godfrey? You guys have 200, 300 channels that are doing this. And I'm not even extreme, man. You know how much I've had to hold back? I've had to hold back a lot, one, because of corporate, because there's not everything that I can say, right? So I'm a little bit restricted because of corporate. Two, I've had to hold back a lot because I have friends in the black community that I don't want to offend. Sometimes I do videos, I'm like, man, I hope this dude didn't watch it because I have friends like that I really truly care about who are black Americans. So we are even restricted from really putting it out there. And the very little that I put out there, you guys are going crazy and you don't know what to do. Do not push me. Okay? Take this little ass whooping. It's okay. It's not too bad. I know it. It's measurable. Compared to what you fools are doing on the internet, my shit is measurable, man. It's small. It's okay. Because you don't know how offensive this bullshit that y'all are putting up is. So, Oshay, if you're going to capitalize on denigrating Africans, I'm going to capitalize on you. And yours is going to be more dangerous. You know why? Because you need YouTube. You need the YouTube revenue and income to be relevant. And the more information I get on you, you may have to pay a lot of these ladies off in Uganda because I'm about to put up some money too. I'm about to put up some money for some bullshit. I'm going to put up a lot of money to get information in Uganda because I know you've done some bullshit over there too. So we're going to be looking for fresh information of all the bullshit that you're doing in Uganda and Kenya. And these women will speak because I'll pay. I will pay. I'm committed to paying. I'll pay any dollar for that information because I know you're also looking for information. But you know, the plus side of my lifestyle is my life is very transparent. Somebody's in your comment section talking about being married to white women. No, I'm not married to a white woman. The guys who have listened to me long term know that my wife is Zambian. So what are you talking about, O'Shea? Are you really ready for this run? You may have to lay off Flacco. You may have to because clearly I don't think you hate these African people. You're just trying to capitalize off the new trend like you've always done. And I'm going to play a few videos now. Let me take your comments. I've been very bad with these comments. Let me start taking your comments. Let's go. I'm going to go up, up, up and take some of your comments because I missed your comments. Totayo saying, waiting. That was earlier on. Greetings to you, A86. Salute to UKF. MS Optimistic, salute. Salute. Monkey Life, greetings, salute to you. Lord Typhon, salute. Salute from the UK, salute from Great Britain. I am Lucy, greetings to you. Salute, salute, salute. Sheku is in the house. Salute to you. Good morning. I did watch the World Cup, man. That is why this chat was delayed. Breeze. Shout out to you. Thanks for that support. Lemon character holding his hand in front of his mouth, grinding. All right. Uh, let's go to Jada. Thanks for your support, Jada. As always, thanks for supporting the stream. Somebody saying what? No, I'm not a disgrace. No, no. Okay, so I'll read this. You're a disgrace to Africans. You are just focusing on silly gossip on YouTube. You are scamming people through super chats, just like others. Okay, so let's talk about super chats. All right, I'm gonna address super chats. The only person over the last maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks that has put super chats on this channel is Jada, as you can see right there. She reached out. She wanted to me to she wanted to support the channel through Cash Apps. I said I don't do Cash App. It has to be transparent. It has to be through the YouTube monetization system. Okay, so Jada has been the only person that has been very consistent with Cash App, with super chats. But if you look at my channel for the last 6 months, I probably have made, including Jada, I've probably made $200 in super chats. 200. 90% of this channel is sponsored by AdSense, what you view, what you view. Uh, Remember, for me to bring this production, including this platform that you're watching me on, I have to pay a monthly subscription to use this. I've not added my time per hour, even if I don't make any money off of this. If we quantify what the average person makes at McDonald's an hour, $15 an hour, for example. I sit here for 2 hours, $30. You are really concerned about $30 on a live stream. When most of the time, most consistently, on most of the time, consistently, I get about $0 in super chats. Zero. Most of you have been here longer. You can attest to it in the chat. $0. So, and I've never even taken none of the paychecks. It's deferred to November. Most of this have been upfronted by me. I just did a system upgrade. You saw it. I went to get Rode. I bought this Rode setup to provide you a good service. We're using EV Max. It's a paid subscription, obviously, because you don't see the mark there, right? It costs to produce this content. And I've upfronted most of the cost the last 6 months. So if somebody comes in and supports the channel, what is wrong with that? What is wrong with it? I'm not selling you a product. I'm not selling you a membership. I'm not making any extra money that is out of the world. that is crazy. There is nothing here. This is what you guys are falling back on because that's what the blacks think. Okay. We're going to get to the monetization because I'll show it to you today. I will show it to you today. Uh, I always have, but I will still show it to you today because sometimes it puts this in perspective. Okay. Yes, and YouTube takes 40% of it, so I don't even know what it is. Like I said, I don't even pay attention to it. For somebody to support the channel because they understand that it costs money. This is it's not free. Unless you want me to be using the YouTube platform, live platform, and streaming from my phone, yeah, then that is free. But I can't read your chats when you do that. I can't highlight your chats when you do that. I can't get through all these chats when we have 100 people when you do that, right? So, of course, compare this to what these guys are doing. It's not even close. So, at least I hope I answered your question. Jedi saying, Samir, go cry to mama. The haters be hating in this chat. Yeah. I mean, I don't know why, like, they're trying to create this narrative that they started when I started earlier on. Oh, whoa, there goes the grave, there goes the grave. I've been here 1 year. There's no membership. There's no membership. And now you're crying for ad revenue that I get for creating my own content. I create this content with my own product, my own computers. You think these mic setups are cheap? I'm trying to buy the Rode, what is it called? The Rode. Rode has a setup for uh, the interface. They have this interface for streamers. That shit is like $500. The Rode Pro, whatever, to go with the mic. That's like $500. So it's not cheap. Why should I upfront all this cost when I can get ad revenue to do it? I don't understand it. How many of your creators will openly show you how much money they make? They won't show it to you. Anyway, I think I've taken most of the comments. I think this is Jada again. Let me see. Okay, so you're addressing Samir here. The last comment was supposed to be a super chat, but again, it's been very particular today. But anyway, the purpose of these super chats are to make you out yourself dislike anyway. Okay, so she's doing this just to make you dislike what she's doing. But like I said, everything that I do is through the YouTube Partner Program. I don't have PayPal. I don't have Cash Apps. I don't need it. Okay, absolutely fine. When we've done streams and nobody super chats, I still do my streams anyway. I've done 8 6 hour streams with zero super chats, and I still show up the next day and I stream and get through my topics. But like I said, this is how these blacks behave, right? Uh, they don't understand the purpose of influence, and if they don't understand, if they don't want your message, they'll try to distract you with things that are not important. This thing is this is why there are no cash apps. Because with cash apps, I can be taking it at night and you wouldn't know that I'm taking money. But at least with the AdSense system, everything is transparent. And I go above and beyond to show you how much money comes in. I do that, which we're about to do on this stream. I will do it because Afro Think Tank has been saying the same thing. So I think I'm gonna keep showing it to you guys month over month over month over month over month. Okay, I'll show it to you month over month over month, so it doesn't become a narrative. Even if it's a $10,000 month, I'll still show it to you. Okay, uh, but I'll be very transparent with what money this channel makes, so that people don't look at this as if we are here to make money, and then uh, forget there are bigger channels that are making real big money, not me, and make this about money, which it's not. This has nothing to do with money. Go back to what we're talking about. So if you look at the Oshay channels, it's a strategy to take down what Poetic Flacco is building. Let me see. Let me pick up my notes and I'll play a few things. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Start 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it looks like Flacco. So it looks like Flacco has responded to to what O'Shea is doing. Right. We're gonna get through a little bit. This is from a guy called Mike Lamont. He's a small channel, but I've watched a few of his videos. He does pretty well. We'll watch a little bit of this just to give you an idea what I've been talking about here.
Just calling somebody out turned into straight up bullying. Because throughout the month of July, Oshay Duke Jackson has been dropping video after video after video about Poetic Flacco, and I'm talking about across multiple channels.
You see what I'm saying? So this is a Black American guy that is even catching up to this. O'Shea is on a sustained attack of Flacco simply because he's African and the diaspora wars are heating up. He's also on that attack because he realizes that Flacco's audience is Black Americans. This is why I say any collaboration between Africans and Black Americans is always gonna backfire on the Africans. So this thing of unity and bullshit they talk about, it's not in our favor. You're better off doing what I'm doing. There's no Black American that can claim that my channel is here for them because over here they get the truth. Okay, they don't dominate this channel, they don't fund this channel, so therefore they can't claim any progress for whatever we do here. Most of the times when they come here, they just come here to troll. I've seen some of them that when I put this on members only, the chat reduces. They're not even subscribed. That's how petty they are. They're not subscribed. They're just here to agitate and to put you off. And they are all overlooking what O'Shea is doing deliberately. Look at what he's doing. He's gone extreme hate mode while sitting in Africa, even revealing personal text messages between him and Flacco because Flacco called him one time for some advice. Does anybody here believe that that one advice is what has made Flacco's channel great? Absolutely not. Flacco is probably because of No Jumper. That's where he got it. That's where I first heard about it. It's through No Jumper's podcast. So it's not the advice he got from O'Shea, but O'Shea is trying to take credit for it. It's the same way they are using Martin Luther King to take credit for your hard work, your university that you went to, your medical exam that you took, your patients that you save every day, the nurse that you've become. They are trying to take credit for your work. This is what they always do. These people like to take credit for shit they have not done. This is why I say it is always in your best interest to disassociate from them. I don't make, I make $0 from Black America. I talk about them when they talk about Africans or when they go into Africa. Austin Holloman's ass is not in Africa. I'm not talking about him anymore. They leave Africa, I could care less about them. I don't give a fuck. This is why there is no Austin Holloman today. If O'Shea leaves Africa, I'm not talking about him. So I'm not these YouTubers that I talk about, if you've noticed, it's always connected to the continent of Africa and what they've said about Africans. If it has nothing to do with Africa, I have no interest in it. So these things they are doing, and if they are tackling Flacco and he's African, yes, I'm gonna go with the tribe. I'm a tribalist like that. I will go with the tribe. At least I admit I am. If they go after Caribbean people, that's part of my tribe too. I will stand for them. If they go for the Haitians, I will stand for them. Because I know y'all are a bunch of bullies. I've studied your population for many years. Like I've read you like a book. I know you very, very well. I know how you think. I know how you process stuff. And all these boys, did I not tell you 6 months ago that all these guys are of the same WhatsApp group? They are all connected to the Negro Manosphere and the Red Pill movement. They call them what? Gender warriors. They were fighting to save dating dynamics in the Black community. And they lost that fight. All these guys are pussies. They lost against their own women who have single handedly raised them. Okay? And now they think the Africans are easy. So they've brought this bullshit to the Africans. And I'm here to tell them this, I thought through, when I watched this LT video, I thought through it a little bit. I was like, maybe I might relax a few things. No, I think I'm going to double down, man. I think it's going to get rough. Okay? It's going to get rough because that is the only way they're going to stop. I'm not a xenophobe, but I'll pretend to be one because I know it hurts them. Okay? I'll pretend to be a xenophobe because I know it hurts them. And I'm going to repeat everything they say. I'm just going to take the African out and swap it for Black Americans and then put Africans at the end. I'm just going to reverse engineer everything they say. And I wanted to hit the core of their population so that they can also feel what we feel when they say shit like this because they think they have a passport to say it. And I say no to that bullshit. So it's going to get ugly. Just buckle up. If you are not really up for it, just don't watch. Don't watch, don't subscribe. I'm going to put this on subscriber only. Word. Give me 1 second. Oh, okay. So there we go. Let's go to sub only. Okay. Just to keep some civility in the chats.
And listen, I understand not liking somebody and I understand criticizing somebody when you feel like they're wrong. But when it comes to being this consistent, you have to start wondering, is this really about holding somebody accountable? Or is this about, just trying to get into the algorithm, about views? Or is there something else going on? Because O'Shea has made some serious accusations about Poetic Flacco. He's questioned his business practices. He's accused him of trying to get over his supporters with his courses. And now there's this contract.
Yeah. There's a lot of YouTubers that sell courses. Selling courses is capitalism. It's a product. Whether you want to buy it or not, that depends on you. It depends on the ratings of the courses, how much credibility you have for people to believe that if they buy the course, they can learn something from it. There's nothing wrong with it. How is that a crime? And this guy, Mike Lamont, who is Black American, testified in this video that he bought that course and his channel and his content is doing well. Not the best, but it's doing well. He learned something from buying that course.
Controversy surrounding what Poetic Flacco actually said to O'Shea Duke Jackson, well, about O'Shea Duke Jackson, about Africans actually trying to build and grow their businesses here in America. But today, Poetic Flacco actually responded to this. Flacco went live and basically called O'Shea Duke Jackson a liar, claiming that O'Shea completely misinterpreted what he actually said. Now, this situation is interesting to me because personally, my own personal experience, I actually bought Poetic Flacco's course back in November of 2025. And from my own personal experience, I don't feel like I got scammed at all. You actually put in the work. I actually got into the celebrity news commentary because of him. I actually was doing sneaker commentary before this. And when I bought the course, I implemented the work. And now I don't have hundreds of thousands of views, but if you look at my channel, you look at my subscriber count and look at my views, you can see that the work actually is, if you put in the work and it's actually implemented, you get the results. Now, when I started seeing these videos calling Poetic Flacco a scammer, I'm sitting there thinking like, hold on, that's not my experience at all. But that's just my side. I want to know what you guys think. Is O'Shea Duke Jackson just completely trying to expose something that people need to know about? Or has he turned this into something personal where he's just trying to attack Poetic Flacco because of the videos that Poetic Flacco is actually getting attention? And on the other side, if Flacco really did,
That's exactly what he's doing. He's going after him, one, because he's African. Two, he knows that Flacco has a Black American audience, most of whom could have been O'Shea's joint audience, but they left O'Shea's channel because a lot of them are not watching it. And we did that, and you guys can see it. I don't want to go too much into this guy's video. That was the only part I was trying to cover. If you go to O'Shea, I'll do a deep dive on his analytics. I have some tools that will give me a bit of the back end of what his analytics look like. But clearly, look, he posted a video 5 hours ago, 7.6K views for a channel that has 500,000 subs. You're supposed to get at least 30 to 50,000 per video, and he's not getting that. He's not. You can see uh, most of the videos he picks out about 40,000 views, and he has to turn out a lot of videos a day, at least 4 to 6 videos a day on both channels. Um, like as you can see, 20,000, 27,000, 32,000, 14,000, 38, 20,000. Even the Flacco videos he's making, they're not really doing so well. Still mocking their women. He does, because all these are manosphere guys. Uh, then the diaspora war stuff, 20,000, 22,000. He's not doing well. 17,000, 27,000. This video got 13,000 views. The Colombian women expose Black men's dirty secret. Most of his stuff is not doing well. So if you can't beat them, uh, what is it deciding to do? He's just deciding to destroy Flacco, or at least try to slow down Flacco's progress. Instead of competing at a high level, he's trying to destroy. That is the mentality of the American ninja, especially not everybody, but the ones that grow up like an Oshay Duke Jackson. When they grow up in dysfunction, they use dysfunction to do everything. That's why they do this. First, it was their women. They said all mean things about their women. Then they couldn't date anybody. They had to flee to developing countries. And they're over there still paying. And when they do this content, it's always us versus them content. All his videos, this versus that. You can see it, this versus that. Clearly, it's not doing well. And if you go to Flacco, I hope I'm spelling it right. If you go to Flacco's channel, it's almost night and day. Okay? Uh, Flacco has less subscribers, 424K. But look at the difference in views. 19 hours ago, 94K, 87K, 129K. O'Shea can barely get one video to go to 100,000. Flacco seems like every other day has at least one video in the hundreds of thousands, which means he's converting a lot of his audience. Okay? So if a guy like that sells a course, he definitely knows what he's doing. And I will never agree that what he learned from O'Shea is what is keeping him relevant today, because the YouTube algorithm has changed a lot. And O'Shea is not the smartest person in the book. I haven't done this long enough, but I can tell that he's not putting in too much work. He's not very efficient like that. He's getting a lot of help. And even that is not doing well. Just look at the difference in just I mean, for Flacco to get this video on Charlemagne only has 48,000. That is one of the lowest on the channel. Most of his videos are at 100,000 or 90,000 and up. So this is very high conversion. 101,000, 114,000. He get 100,000 views is almost guaranteed for most of his videos. So he's definitely doing well. This one has 200,000 views from 2 weeks ago. Almost 50% of his audience is watching his videos. So it makes sense that Oshay would target a person like this because they share the same audience. Black men mostly that will view his content are the same dudes that are viewing that. And how can you stop black men from watching this content? By invoking the fact that he was born to in this country to immigrant parents, which is what Oshay is doing. So what I want to drive here is Oshay is very evil. And now he has an army of low lives trying to defend him at all cost with low ball interviews, no pushback, sucking up to him as if Oshay doesn't care about you like that. He's trying to clean up his image. You know, I'll take some of your comments. Salute to you, Dragon. Uh, Salute to you, Instant Solutions. I think I got all your comments now. Yep. I took out the trash. I kind of I slow down the comments by taking out the trash, which is good for us. Good, good, good for us. Uh, yes, A86, I agree with you. You're saying, I don't feel sorry for Godfrey at all now that FBA are attacking him because he used to attack Africans for his FBA audience. Yes, he caused this. That's why I'm never sympathetic to him as well, because he created this problem. He shit on us when it was good for the money. He got the money, and now they probably weren't expecting this diaspora wars to kick in, and now they've all uh, gone against him, and he's looking for support, and he's not gonna get it. And a lot of his Black American audience is gonna leave him. You know, the only way for immigrant audience is to go my way, where you are not dependent on them. Just create your content, right? This guy, and I think I covered him, but I'm just gonna show you something. This is what he does. Okay, they are the same people, raised by single moms, same backgrounds, unmarried, don't have any responsibilities. Look at what he's doing. Okay, I want to go back to what was the topic? Okay. Um, this is the one where he talked about the Oshay thing where he threw us in there. But where is I'm trying to find one of his. You know why I call him senior prophet? The black boycott of Asian businesses is over. We are moving to the next thing. As if he's in charge of it, you know? As if he's in charge of it. This is what he feels like he's the leader of the blacks, okay? To determine when that boycott is over. If you don't have a sick mind, why would you boycott people's businesses? They are humans, they are created by God. You guys need therapy, man. Y'all are sick. These people are sick. They need therapy. The last thing on my mind is to boycott somebody's business. You can't settle disagreements without hurting people, boycotting people, threatening to dox people. Like, what is wrong with you guys, man? And now I am the problem because I'm repeating the same energy. I'm very much aware of what I'm doing. I know it's going to provoke you. That's why I'm doing it. I'm just trying to let you understand how, when you do that shit, other people feel. It may not even be my position. It may sound very ridiculous, but I'll say it anyway because I have to say it. I have to say it so that you understand the other side. And if you go up, because we are calling him out, what does he do? They left Africa for a better life. But what they found in the West changed everything. Why Africa's best minds leave? Well, Europe's best minds leave too. Have you been to the Bay Area? The best minds out of Southeast Asia live. America attracts the best minds of the whole world because this is where the companies are willing to pay the most buck. So this trend will only stop if your lazy ass leaves the internet at your old age and you build the skills necessary for this generation, for what is about to happen to your community in the next 5 years. Those robots are going to go into warehouses. You're about to lose those warehouse jobs. Those robots are going to start driving trucks. You're about to use those trucking jobs. What is most of your population going to do? That is where your energy should be focused. Not content creation and picking out. I'll tell you what, even this same content creation is saturated. You're going to split the views with a lot of people. There's so many eyes in a year. And the more people return to work, the less hours they have to consume content. That is why your views are down. They're not being shadow banned. And they're going to continue to go down. Eventually, you cannot sustain a life with this. This is why most of you move on to start grifting and stealing money from people. This is what happens, okay? So I have addressed that. Now I'm gonna put the link up here in a bit, but we're gonna talk about the money. So I'm gonna pull up my AdSense. Just wanna double check the page, make sure I don't have any sensitive information. But I'm very transparent because I know what I'm doing here. So every once in a while, um, I will share that information. Uh, payment info. Okay. Okay, it does show a bit of my banking information, so I don't know how I can do it this way. Let me see if I can show it another way. But yes, I have applied a self hold which prevents payment until November 25th, which means all this time I've been doing YouTube, I have not taken a paycheck from YouTube. Not a single paycheck from YouTube. Um, let's go to YouTube, go to Studio, and we'll go to the main channel, revenue, okay? The main channel is a bigger channel, okay? On the main channel, there are no super chats because we don't live stream on the main channel. Uh, it's all AdSense. Let's go to paychecks. Let's see. I want to show you this. Revenue. Okay, so what is the revenue for the last 6 months? Let's go. I'm pull up this page real quick. So this is channel analytics for the Nana Kweku main channel. We are almost approaching 9,000 subscribers. This is 100% AdSense. There is no super chats here because this is the main channel. There are no live streams. Okay. February. Let me make sure you guys can see it. Yep, there you go. You can see it. Okay. In February, we made $214 for the month. In March, we made $57.75 in ad revenue. In April, we made $69.34. In May, we made $16. In June, $243. And July ongoing, $209. Okay? If you average this out, it's about $180 each a month. This is all the money that this channel has made over the last 6 months. This is nothing. And I've not even taken a paycheck. This is nothing. Nothing. I mean, you look at months like May, doesn't even pay for my subscriptions, doesn't cover my internet, doesn't cover any cost of equipment. I mean, what are you going to do with this? It's like somebody bought me a beer. You guys bought me a beer in May. It doesn't pay for YouTube Premium. If you wonder why when I do playbacks, you don't get playbacks, you don't get ads, it's because I pay for premium. I pay for premium because I'm doing YouTube. I'm doing YouTube. So obviously, I don't know anybody in America that can live on $200 a month on a good, these are the good months. $57 a month, $69 a month, $16 a month. Who can live on this? What are these people talking about? You have to be ashamed of yourself, man. And it's these people that don't even support your channels that will do this shit to you. But like I said, I like that I'm very transparent about this because, again, this is not Photoshop. This is live stream. So you can see that's my face right there. This is the main channel. This is the main channel. The Nana Kweku channel that most of you watch, the main channel with the most subs. This is how much money it's made. $214 in February, $57 in March, $69 in April, $16 in May, $243 in June, and $209 in July. And this is all AdSense and ad revenue. Now let's go to the live channel because you can say, oh, he has 2 channels. Maybe the other one makes a lot of money. Let's try to find it. Let me find you the other channel. See if I can log into that one. So now we're going to look at the ad revenues for this channel that we are on. Studio. And then I'm going to share it with you. Okay. Again, all these payments have been deferred to, I think they've been deferred to, let me make sure you guys can see the screen. Yep. So this is now the channel that we are on, right? What you guys can see. Nothing is high. There's no Photoshop here. 1910 subscribers, right? Okay. If you go to analytics, and you're going to see something strikingly different here. You'll find that the last 2 weeks, I would say, has more money, and that is because of Jada. Jada has been the only one that super chats on this channel. Okay? So for full transparency, that's why you're going to see the last 2 weeks is showing some bumps because of Jada, because this is all live streams, right? This channel is live streams. So let's go. February on this channel, I could probably be able to go back some. Oh, there we go. Better analytics. Let me see if this is better than what I showed. Yes, this is much better. Okay, in December, we made not even a cent, 0.02. Okay, that's what we made in December. January, 0.06. We didn't even make $1. Guys, is it that bad? 0.06 in November. In January, 0.07. We haven't even made $1 yet, okay? This is 3 months of live streaming without even making $1. January, 0.57. We're almost close. This is the first time we've made half $1. Okay, we're getting close. We're doing better. May, $10. Okay, I made $10 in May. June, we made $90. Probably streamed a little bit more in June. I think we did. We streamed a little bit more in June. I think that's when we're doing the thing. I don't know why the months are mixed up here. But April, $95. Oh, I think it's arranging it by income and not by month. Let me see if I can do it by month. There we go. So let's do it by month. November, 0.6, 0.02, 0.07, $0.57, right? Is that what it is? We're less than a dollar. In March, $167. I think in March is when we covered Oshay and Agaba. When Agaba came on, that was a live stream that was made March very big because Agaba was on our live stream that day. In April, $95. In May, we made $10. June, we made $90. July, 320. We streamed a lot this month. So this is the most month. And this is $100 of this, I think, or a little bit more, is Jada alone, who is in the chat right now. And you can see it right here. This is when I think Jada subscribed to us, right about here. She has pretty much contributed most of the ads, the super chats over the last 2 weeks. This is why you're seeing such a big jump here. But this is what this channel has made. Okay, there's no money to be made in this thing. Okay, there is no money to be made in this thing. So you guys have to be very fair when you talk about these things. When you talk about the amount of time we put in, the equipment, the knowledge that is shared, the platform that is created for people to join and communicate, it's not free. I have to pay for these subscriptions. And I've upfronted this money myself from the very beginning. I've been paying this thing out of my own pocket. Okay, but like I said, I'm glad that I'm able to share this so you can see it. If I put it in an edited video, you're gonna say, oh, it's Photoshop. But if I open it up on a live stream, it's live, it's the screen is moving, nothing is you know, nothing here is shows that I'm making the pages up. You can look at this and say, oh yeah, this is the YouTube screen, because this is it. That's the Afro Think Tank video. Those are some of the videos that we've done over the last few months. And this is the channel that you guys are watching. It added 209 subs this month. We've gained 7,000 watch hours, 26,000 views for the month. This is the channel. There is nothing fishy hiding here. And then there are no super chats, so nobody's backdooring any money to me. No, there's no foreign agent paying me. You know, I mean, I'm sure the white folks will give me some bag to dump on you motherfuckers, but that's not what it's about, right? That's not what it's about. So don't worry, okay? This is what it is. And congratulations, we are now at 1,900 subs, all right? And this is my version of membership. Okay, this is my version of membership because I don't charge anybody for membership. Anyway, we've done the analytics. Let's get back to the video. I covered that for Think Tank. Where is it? I got one more, and then I'm gonna bring you guys on. Where is? Hold on. Let's go. Ooh. This guy. I think this one says 39 minutes. Let's see. That 3. I'll play that one briefly, then I'll bring you guys on. 1, 2, 3. All right. I got this one coming up. Okay, let me take this chat. I don't know if I read it, but Jedi saying, not you saying, I know it's gonna provoke you. Us Africans go out our way to be petty. I love my people. Yeah, 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 yeah. And you know, like I said, if we don't do this, these guys will never stop. And that is because I've studied the psychology of how these people work. They are bullies, okay? Um, I know it's gonna enrage them, right? But I don't I don't hate black Americans, and I don't target black Americans. I say it in a provocative way so that it enrages most people for them to have an idea how it feels when it comes from their side. Fortunately, some of them actually understand. They know uh, the psychology behind what I'm doing. Uh, they know it's not intentional because some of these guys actually talk to me offline. I have some of our friends that um, consult with me for free and we talk so they can understand me at a personal level, right? So they know. Uh, but I also understand that I really have to do this. I have to do this just to counter the bullies, right? Because if I just call out Oshay and I don't get support from other black groups calling out Oshay, then they're not going to take us seriously. But if I put it all on the black community, they'll be, okay, this Nana guy, then now they're going to start talking about it. Eventually, it's going to circle back to the same Oshay. It'll come with some damage, but it's not too bad. Considering what we take from them, it's not too bad. I think they can deal with it, right? They can handle it. It's not too bad.
It's all right. It's good. You cannot date nobody that look better than you under struggle mania. Some niggas will tell you, oh, it's all about the game. It's all about your mouthpiece. It's all about your dick game. Those are not that maybe a small percent of the time. But when you are ugly nigga and you have struggle mania, this is what you do. Don't try to holler at no good looking women under struggle mania syndrome because you got too many struggles. You have multiple struggles going on in your life. Get somebody fucked up, overweight, bow-legged, don't date. But see, when you have struggle mania and then you get a good looking woman or decent looking woman, what's gonna happen is a nigga who have some money is gonna look at you and be like, how the fuck you get hurt? See, like, for example, if you niggas was to see me anywhere on these streets, Hotep, and you would look at me like when I had D out here, niggas would be like, how the fuck he get hurt? Well, nigga, I'm actually, you know what I'm saying? I'm actually can read and write and shit like that. You know what I mean? So you can't get her no way. Because you ain't gonna never be nowhere around where I'm gonna be with her. You're not gonna be able to do that. Hotep, hold on, Taboo, send me an email. But here's the issue, Negro. If a nigga that sees you and know that you struggle, you ain't got no hustle, you ain't got no game, if he's anywhere around your chick, he gonna try you. Because again, you a nigga that's suffering from struggle mania. So of course, somebody gonna fuck on her. Now, the reason why the nigga is taking her back, I'm gonna tell you why. He an ugly nigga with struggle mania syndrome. He can't do no better than that. And he just got fired too. The nigga fucked his wife and fired his ass. You can't even praise the Lord. Pray. You can't even do that no more. Hotep, you got fired. This is why I gotta tell you niggas, y'all gotta stop being so ambitious when you have that struggle mania. When you're dealing with that struggle mania player, you gotta get that syndrome out your get it out your life, nigga. Get it out your life. If you know you ugly, ain't nobody gotta tell you that you ugly. Your mama done told you all your life. Niggas done told you all your. Everybody know that you ugly. You know this. Or fucked up. You also know if you broke. You also know if you're struggling. You know this. Everybody been telling you about this shit all your life. You know if you musty. You know if you dusty. All of these things. If you get a good looking chick anyway, somebody gonna take her from you. It's gonna have to happen, nigga. That's how it works.
So I played this clip to give you an idea into the thinking and the thought process of Oshay Duke Jackson. It gives you, salute to you, Sheku. It gives you an idea into what we're dealing with today, right? Because this wasn't long ago. This was, I think, 5 or 6 years ago. This is the mindset of somebody that is very insecure about himself, okay? He carries these insecurities, he carries these insecurities with him. He takes, which is what forces him to go to Kenya and then to Uganda, okay? He had to leave the United States of America. This is a clear indication that he had to, which means somebody in his home was always telling him about his looks. And that from what I've read, which I'm going to show it to you, there's a case that from the parents' own mouth in court, he had a very, very, very low. Okay, how about now? Let me go back and check. The last one was too loud, so I wanted to dial it back down some. But let me know about if it's good enough. So yeah, from from what I've been, salute to you, Sagat. From what I've been, like I go back whenever I look at these people, right? Because they've been on the internet too long. I try to understand their psychology. I try to understand how they grew up. And so far, I haven't found a single creator in the black space that had a stable upbringing. And it's sad. And these tantrums is what you're seeing play out in the diaspora wars. This is what I warned you guys of earlier on because I'd done my research. This video is not on the Oshay Duke channel, Oshay Duke Jackson channel. I had to find this because I have been trying to study and understand his thought process. All these channel hops he's doing, these guys that are interviewing him haven't studied him like I have. They haven't understood what I've understood. They are being taught and led by traumatized men who have no structure. This is why men like Oshay cannot get married. They are immature. They're going to grow old like this and die alone, like they used to tell the women. They are the ones that are now dying alone. And if they're not dying alone, they have to flee to foreign women who they are calling terrorists now. And even while they fled there, they have to pay for it. They can't get it on their own merit. They have to pay for it. Because the woman that gave birth to him and the man that gave birth to him during arguments will tell him to his face that he was ugly. And he grew up feeling this about himself. So no amount of money on the internet was going to fix that. And he didn't go to counseling. He didn't seek help. Nobody should ever speak like this about himself. You shouldn't have this level of self-esteem, because if you have this level of low self-esteem, it doesn't matter how much money you make, you're going to struggle. You're going to struggle. Okay, I have brought it up a little bit. I don't like to clip, but let me know. Uh, hopefully, this is it. So yeah, you're going to struggle. So all these things come from somewhere. So this guy going after Poetic Flacco, making videos about Flacco, trying to bring Flacco down, it comes from how people like this grow up. And you can have this upbringing, you can have these backgrounds, but you can only heal if you get professional help. If you admit that you have a problem, and if you get professional help, because call him flawed or not, this guy and Anton Daniels are at about the same age. They are both making money on YouTube. But you will never see, you never see Anton Daniels get drunk, go on a live stream, yell at a bunch of Africans, and then delete the stream. He may have done a few dusty stuff. I've seen a few dusty things that he's done too. But you see him on Fox News. You see him reaching out to traditional media. You see him trying to grow a brand and a presence. Oshay has been on the internet long enough to solidify himself and put himself at the next level. And he's failed to do that because of how he grew up. And that is really sad. He's putting himself in a position where if YouTube doesn't do well for him long term, he'll have no way or no means to recover. And that must be very, very frustrating. Yeah, you say Asians have been treating blacks unfairly for a long time, but what about the blacks that have been going to Asian stores and robbing and stealing? When I lived in Ireland, I used to go to a liquor store at the gas station right next to my house. And they used to always put pictures of people that would come in and steal liquor. And I'll be honest, there were a few Mexicans on the list, but it was predominantly black. I'm like, why would you always go there and steal liquor knowing there are cameras that they're going to put your face up? If you've ever worked, if you've ever spoken to anybody that has worked at a gas station, liquor stores, corner stores, or convenience stores, most of the theft and robberies are done by black people. So the Asians are only reacting based on how you guys have treated them. And that's why I said some discrimination is good discrimination. If you don't want to be treated like that, clean up that image. Yet when I say this, you're very quick to say, oh, he hates black people. But are you ever going to change this? You have to change it. If you can't force people to have a perception of you. People are going to believe what they believe. It's up to you to conduct yourself and build up that trust core for other communities to find you less impulsive, less ready to pull the trigger. This is something that you're supposed to do. You have to earn that for other communities to trust you. And because these Asians do a lot of businesses and they are always victims to this theft, they are forced to treat black people a certain way. It's the same thing with police brutality. If the cops, every time I've seen a police brutality video, there's 10 things that the ninja has done wrong that he could have done better and the outcomes would have been much better. But yet nobody really wants to talk about these things. You make it sound like we all don't live in the same America. And I keep asking, how come it doesn't happen to black immigrants? We are blacker than y'all. We are darker than y'all. So if it's about race and skin tone, we should be the biggest recipients of police brutality. Yet we are not. Yes, we have a much smaller population, but it would still show there would be at least one case that will cross, not just the Diallo case, but there will be more. Diallo's case was 30 years ago. So those underlying things have to be addressed. It's like when we talked about, when you talk about things that happen in Africa that are bad, like corruption, I never push back because it's true. The corruption in Africa stinks, man, at every level, not even just the government. Even Ghanaians that live abroad. When we had FIFA, my government gave free tickets to Ghanaians that live in the US because it saved the government $11,000 to send fans to the US. They were like, oh, since we have over 100,000 Ghanaians in the US, we're going to give you guys tickets to go to the games in the US. There are Ghanaians that are here in the US who are connected to the government, who took these tickets and resold the tickets instead of going to the games. So if you watch some of the Ghana games, most of the stands were empty. And I was saying, these are Ghanaians living in America doing this. The same ones that are complaining about corruption in Ghana. And I wasn't very happy about it. I was like, why are you are the ones that are supposed to set the example, but you're still corrupted after living in the US all these years. And that has to stop. If you bring that up, I'll never push back against it because that's something we do. Even when we've left Africa, some of us are still being corrupt. And it has to stop. We can't demand the other guys at home to develop and to make improvements and to call out the things they are doing negatively. And then when we have the chance, one chance, we turn around and we try to profit off FIFA tickets that was supposed to be given to us to go to the games for free. And I will call things like that out. So when there are mistakes about us that are being talked about, I will openly admit that they are mistakes. And the same, I think the black community should receive it the same regardless of who that criticism come from. If you overlook it and your statistics get worse and other people talk about it, then you are not making any improvements. You just have to deal with how people react. And boycotting these establishments is not going to change anything. You're only going to get tired of it, and you're going to return back to that Asian store who is talking about it now. It's run out of steam. Because you know what? The Asians sell it on a cheap. And with these inflation numbers, you have to buy from the Asians. Who are you going to buy from? Unless you start, maybe this might be a call to build your own local stores and your own businesses. But black business is just a fallacy. It's just a term. It's not it's not rocking like that. Come on, who are you fooling? I live in America. What is black business? In some sectors, yeah, but it's not like something that is really associated with a brand. So you can yell black businesses and purchase black businesses. Those black businesses have no capacity, so their prices are too much. I go to the Ghanaian store here for groceries, and I can buy the same tomatoes at Walmart 50% the price. They're 50% the price. So then what is the point? What is the point, man? Yeah. Let me I think I gave it 20 minutes. Let me give them a little bit more off time. Let's see. I think KF is moderating today. Akinyi is sleeping. No, we're still on subscriber mode. Okay. All right. So yeah, when these things are called out, you have to receive them as, hey, it's okay. Nobody hates you, right? It is what it is. Um, yeah. So these guys are. So chat's open to everyone. Okay. All right. Let me go to. Okay, I got the link up. Whenever you guys join, I don't know if we should react to LT's video. I heard about the Tate brothers being arrested. There's also NYC the Future being accused of pedophilia, which is not surprising. I think we're gonna cover it. And there's another video. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 is gonna be interesting. Now I haven't watched this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But we're gonna see if we can build on this one. Maybe we can fast forward through it. Okay, where is this? And some of these videos are too old. They don't even have, you can't speed through them. But let's go here. Okay. I think I see Dragon in the back. Okay. Salute to you, Dragon.
What's going on, Nana? It's been
I'm
a
good,
minute.
man. You all right?
Yeah, I don't know why it's not connected to my headphones, but yeah,
But you can hear us?
yeah, I can hear you. You can hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. Let me see if the chat can as well. Double check real quick.
Yeah. It's just playing on my out of my phone speaker for some reason.
Okay, yeah. I think I got you. Um, you should be okay here. Yep, I got you in the chat, man. What you got for me, bro?
Man, same old, same old. I'm surprised y'all didn't catch on the what's his name? Afro Think Tank by now. I thought everyone should have known what it was when he supported O'Shea the first time.
I saw that video and I was like, I think so. I thought O'Shea had tricked him because he doesn't really know O'Shea. And I also think what I got out of it was he was thinking content first. Because remember, the audience is the same group of guys, right? It's the same black guys, whether Pan African or not. They're all competing for black eyes, right? So it helps, even if O'Shea's side is FBA and his side is Pan African, uh, it helps to get his name out there. This is why he's busy promoting the video he just did with O'Shea, right?
Hmm.
Uh, and it, and that also explains why they did it on his platform and not on Kenganda. So
Mm.
they are more interested in visibility and growth because the channel growth is what pays them. These guys, and I'm not knocking their capitalism, but they don't want to compete fairly. It's like I understand, like sometimes a creator can refer you. Like I got a Ringo TV got sent some guys over here, about 20 guys at some point when we did the Floyd videos. But I don't think none of them stayed after they heard some of my commentary. They all left, right? So it's
Oh
not like
yeah, they're gone. I don't think. I think that at this point, it's only black immigrants that could stay to listen to to the
right,
rhetoric.
right.
There's no way you hearing about how all your sons are going to prison, your daughters are doing this, that, and third in the street. There's no way you can stay. You can't. Your mental is gonna beat up against your mental.
Yeah. There's a few Black American. I know a few of them actually, and I have some of them that I talk to on a personal. But I think because my personal relationship with them overrides what I say, so
Right.
they will overlook it. But it's only a few guys. It's probably like 4 guys, and I can even mention them off the top of my head, right? And that's because they prioritize my personal relationship with them and not necessarily what I talk about. And some of them actually do agree with me, right? They may not like my delivery from time to time, but they'll still agree with me. But it's very hard to stay on my channel if you're Black American. I'll be honest. So I don't know why Afro Think Tank thinks that I'm growing my channel off of being critical of them. Well, how are they gonna stay? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know, man. As for Afro Think Tank, I'm not surprised about what he was saying, recently, because deep down, and I've been saying this in different comment sections, these guys are all FBA. Like, it doesn't matter their ideology, political affiliation, because you know, usually what I used to think was that FBA was more so of Black Americans who are more conservative in thinking, but I was wrong. It's liberals that are saying the same thing.
Yeah,
There's
yeah, yeah. Even the
called like
liberals are saying the
Tabitha
same thing.
Speaks or something like that, right?
Yeah.
She's part of the 92% that voted for Kamala Harris in the last election. She started doing this FBA thing too. So I'm like, this is clearly just beyond political left, right, Democrat, Republican. This is just a something inside the psyche of Black America. It's just that some people show it more than others, but it's all deep down somewhere, deep inside.
It's deep inside. And I've
Yes.
always known this, right? Like I said, this is why I always separated myself from them. I mean, see, what I've been saying on YouTube is something I've done in practice for 20 years, bro. So it's not a lie. Like I fit the description of the guys they've always talked about. Oh, these Africans are coming and don't fuck with us. I'm one of those guys. I never fuck with them, right? And I also make it public, okay? Because in many years, some people don't want to talk about it, right? Because they are shy about it. They don't want to talk about it. Then I come on YouTube and I speak openly about it, and they're like, "Oh, this guy is speaking about it." Oh, And like, yeah. I mean, why should I hide it? I'm just letting y'all know why. And if you don't change the why, at least now you know, right? It was like, yeah, because you can't say that I make money from that community. Imagine if my content had something to do with their money. They will do the same thing they are doing to Flacco. They'll do the same thing they are doing to Godfrey with me. But if you've noticed, they can't even mention my. You saw that Oshay video? He was picking out some Africans that live in Germany. Nobody knows them.
No, I didn't know that. I didn't see the video.
Yeah, he was talking about Pan African keyboard warriors. All the Africans he talked about, they don't live in the US. One guy does from Uganda, but he just has a Facebook post. It's just some dude walking around that can't defend himself because he doesn't have a YouTube channel.
So they're platformless people, basically. They're
He
just
don't have platforms. He just used them in a video and basically used them to tell my story. So he was talking about me without putting me up there
that's bizarre.
because he didn't want the smoke. I mean, if you guys I have a video lined up, but if you guys want to see it, I can play it for y'all to see how much of a pussy this guy is, because I know he's a pussy. And I was like, there's two things that is going to happen. His audience won't survive here, but he also doesn't want them to hear when I put out these videos. Because he did that the first time, and I think the numbers didn't go well for him. So I had a feeling that if he touches me, uh, it's not gonna end well for him. And even Afro Think Tank, you can tell he's trying to thread a line. He's like, do I poke this guy? Do I not poke this guy? Man, I will mop the floor with this dude if he tries it. I think he's seen a little bit already. I don't know. He's trying to see if he can try, but man, uh, they that's why I gave him a few warning shots. I said, bro, you don't want me to key in on you, because if I do, you may not survive on YouTube. I'm a small channel, yes, but I'm vicious when I go after you. And if they haven't seen anything, they should look to Austin Holloman. Let him tell them how did that go.
That's the thing, Nana. That's the thing. I look, I don't even want to be disparaging, but I don't know. Maybe I don't know, something happened to Afro Think Tank, man. I don't know what's going on.
No, it's money, bro. It's
Yeah,
money. It's tribal and it's money. It's
yes.
tribal and it's money, and he feels that he's more powerful. You heard him say that they are the big bros.
Oh yeah, I heard that. I was watching, what's his name? The brother, I think he's in China. He's Sierra Leonean.
Sheku.
Cheku, yes. Yeah, he was talking about that. How they say they're the big bros. What type of low self-esteem we would be as Africans to say that they're the big bros? No one's my big brother unless I have an actual big brother. What nonsense is
Yeah.
that?
I mean,
What rubbish is
a,
that?
a, a group that has been enslaved, a minority in America, are looking to a continent of over 1 billion people and saying we are big brothers. Big brothers of what?
Yeah, that
It's
threw
like,
me off.
where does that arrogance come from? If I talk like that, they'll say I'm a xenophobe. So this is what I'm saying. That's the double standard. They want us to take that bullshit, but when we say it, all of a sudden we are so low class that we can't even say it. So I was like, what is wrong with these people, man? So they don't want to work at parity with us. They don't think we are equals. That is the basis of this problem. And it's not just the FBA guys. It's even the Pan-Africans. And this is what I've been saying. Western Pan-Africans are no good for us. They are no good. They are all grifters. They are always doing some stupid project in Africa, like Umar Johnson and all these guys. They use the plight of Africa to fundraise, to enrich themselves. That has always been the grift, the Pan-African grift. Phil Scott was on it. All these guys on the internet, they were on it. Eventually, when that died out, because there's so many people that want to move to Africa, right?
Hmm.
When that grave died down, because it got too saturated, there was a lot of them doing this. There was just too many of them. They all formed channels doing it. Phil Scott got to 1 million subs doing this shit. So when that wasn't doing well, they joined the Tariq Nasheed stuff. And now they're doing FBA. So all of them, all these guys were red pillars too. So the next thing that will come, they're gonna move on to that.
Like they're
Right
gonna go back
now,
to it, or
well, right now, disparaging Africans and Caribbean people is the money.
oh yeah, I've seen it. Seen so many. Like
Oh yeah.
there was one woman, right? I forgot her name. It doesn't even matter at this point. She's about my age, right? She's doing this. She used to be a musical person, like a rapper or singer or something. I checked the old videos because you know. So it's like these people, they weren't always doing this. They were always doing something else. Maybe they're doing a red pill, or maybe they're doing relationship advice, or doing hair, or doing music, or doing something. But then they realize that these people are very, very deceitful. They're very cunning, right? They see they notice what's going on, and then they copy it and follow it. It's like one band, one sound. Cause how is everyone seeing the same exact thing and doing the same exact thing at the same time? You know, it's crazy.
Yeah. It's like it's like when Tariq probably started this, they didn't think it would take off. But now that they've seen there's some money to be made, they are all doing this. They're all like repeating it. They're all doing this. They're all repeating it. And I don't know if LT is trying to join the movement,
Oh
uh,
yeah,
but
don't
it
even get me
feels like
started,
he's trying
man.
to play it in the middle. But then he gives O'Shea such a low boy interview, which was like, I mean, like, why do you have him on if you're not gonna push back, play some of his videos of him saying certain things, you know? And then why don't you ask him, O'Shea, why he deleted those videos
Here's my thing,
leading,
man.
leading up to the tour? And why is O'Shea doing all these tours? Why is all of a sudden he's on panels? Because he's trying to repair the image from the bullshit that he just did.
It won't work. I will
It,
tell you right now. It won't.
man,
It no go walk. It no go walk. You understand?
man,
So
I'm about to,
eh,
unless my investigators don't do a good job in Uganda, man, I'm about to do some distraction to these guys. I want to take PTO. I want to take 1 week off just for O'Shea, bro. And I might travel to Uganda. That's just how much I want this, bro. I want to, I want to do him so bad that he might just have, like, people will just flee his YouTube channel. Like they'll just, or maybe try to expose some things that will make him not want to go to Uganda. Because I know he's done some stuff. When you have this background and this mindset, he's done some stuff over there. My goal is to find it. And I know he's going to pay money to these women so they don't speak. But I'm willing to pay money, bro. I might put like 20 grand on this shit. That's how much I mean it. Because I know, yeah, I may not ever get my money back, but I'm going to save a lot of people if I can take this guy down, you know?
yeah, we need him out of Africa,
Yeah,
ASAP.
if I
I
can
don't,
take him down, like, I mean, Austin Holloman, I was just joking with him, man. I don't mean him no harm. I was just joking with him. But with the O'Shea stuff, I'm very dedicated, bro. I will spend some money on this shit, and I really mean it. I'm gonna figure out a way. If I don't get quality information out of Kampala, I'm gonna go there myself. I have a lot of friends in Kampala, by the way. I've been there. I was there in, I think, 2019. I can get some information on this guy, and I need it. If anybody is watching from Uganda and you have some sources, man, let them come in. You know how we go to work. Let it come in. And for Afro Think Tank, I'm just gonna say it one more time, man. I'm not trying to be part of your clubs. I'm not trying to be friends with any of you on YouTube. I don't give a damn. I could care less whether you're a Pan African, whether you're a Nigerian wannabe. I'll never
he's not
claim.
Nigerian, man. Oh
Man, that ain't no
please.
Nigerian, man. I'm never
He
gonna claim that dude as an African. Stop that
oh
bullshit, man.
don't even get me started, man.
Yeah, I mean,
He claims he's I don't know. He claimed that he's accepted in some village somewhere. I don't know if maybe he gave some money. How you get accepted?
man,
How?
he did some DNA bullshit.
Oh
They
please.
all do this DNA bullshit. Probably had 3%, 4%. Look how yellow the dude looks, bro. I mean, if you're gonna say, I mean, O'Shea will qualify as African more than than Afro Think Tank. What is he
Oh,
talking
without a
about?
doubt. The features he got. Oh yeah,
Yeah, you're
yeah.
telling me you're Nigerian. What are you talking about? You don't speak no Igbo, no Yoruba,
No
nothing.
Igbo, no Yoruba, nothing. Just
You
now,
know.
he probably don't even know how to say good morning.
Yeah, he just carved out some village there. He just goes up there, walk around with some goats, and then he comes back and then he told the guys to build a water to do a solar system for the village, and then he put it by his house. It's like, yeah, Ninja, you fundraise for your own solar system. You just open it up for the community to use. We know how these things go. This is what all these Pan Africans do, and I'm like, he doesn't want to do this with me because see, this is another thing, bro, and I'm gonna tell you this, right?
Hmm.
This is another thing because there's a lot of things going on underground. All these guys communicate, they talk to each other, they're friends, right?
Oh, without a doubt.
And because I'm the only one pushing against them, I think they've decided to come at me from different angles so that I'm straight thin because I can't attack everybody at the same time, right?
Some like
So
those guerrilla
O'Shea,
warfare tactic.
yeah, O'Shea is going to Afro Think Tank to do the interviews, which I think I'll play a little bit of it. They were like 5 minutes into the call and they already brought up my name. And then these fools are likening me to Tariq Nasheed.
Oh,
Have
they
you have you ever seen me do a thumbnail putting ninjas in with no hairlines, making them look like barbarians?
nah.
The worst I'll do is put them in bling bling, which is the culture, Like, come
Yeah, that's the
on, man.
swag. That's
Yeah,
the swag.
I give them a little bit of swag, but I don't like do let them look stupid or I never do that. And the ones I did was Pab and O'Shea, which is directly at them. But when I do content that the the topic is Black America, I never use Black Americans that are looking like they're struggling. I even put them in suits. I dress them ninjas up. I let them look good. So how would you liken me to Tariq Nasheed? I've not built a cult following of people that don't can spell or read. My people can read.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say too, because when you the Afro think tank, right? With him, the thing that he wrote, it didn't even look like a complete sentence. It
Yeah, yeah.
it didn't look like a complete thought. It looked all over the place. I don't know if the spell check wasn't working that day or
No, these people didn't take school seriously. All of them are the same, bro. I said I know them. Black men on YouTube are the weirdest group. None of them can be my friends, bro. They are the weirdest collection of dudes. I'm like, how the hell did you guys get this much space to even influence people?
I think Nana, if we're being honest, I think there's like a level of I think the culture is like just anti-intellectualism, like just being uneducated. I think that's just a level of the culture. I don't know because think about it. Tariq Nasheed is a high school dropout. His like highest completed level of education is eighth grade. Somehow he's a millionaire in Calabasas somewhere. I, Phil Scott. We don't know his educational background.
No, he's
Um,
not
which
educated
one
either.
again? Afro think tank. I think he went to military. Uh,
Yeah,
th-
high school and
these
military,
guys are
that's it.
not educational. These not guys are not really.
The only one that
Yeah,
is educated is Sperling.
yeah, because he went to law school, but he went to Texas Southern. Texas Southern's
Yeah,
ass.
Texas is a bad school. Yeah, and he did. I don't think he passed on first attempt. So and he did. I think he went late in his life. He didn't just It's not something that which good for him. He did, but my dad used to say you can be book smart and be a house idiot. And Dennis Sperling is a house idiot. Like he can speak articulately, but he's stupid in the head. And for him, I think he's very much aware because he did have some immigrant friends. I think I played one of his videos. You saw that
Mm-hmm.
when he went to college because those are the only guys you're gonna come around. I think those guys did better than him. So there's some envy there,
Right.
and also the the field of law he went into is not very profitable. Ambulance chasers, you know.
Oh, he did personal injury.
Yeah, he does PM.
I thought he
So
was in like not immigration. I thought he was in some type of like criminal defense
or
like
try
law or
no no no
something.
no no no. He's just like because these guys are not intelligent. So when these cases come, Oh, he's a lawyer, he's a Texas lawyer, so he said this, but that's not the law he practices. When that Carmelo Anthony case came up, and I asked my wife a few questions, she said she doesn't do. The first thing my wife told me is, I don't do criminal law.
Mm.
She may have an idea, but she doesn't do criminal law. So
That's
if
not
you
her
go put,
specialty.
if you let my wife go represent you in a criminal case, you're gonna lose because that's not what she does. you know, she doesn't do that. She does civil litigations, a whole completely different ballgame, and it's usually around finance and mortgages and foreclosures and stuff like that.
Mm.
So she flat out openly said, I don't practice this law. But for the black community, they don't understand the layers of this. So they were like, oh yeah, the Texas attorney, so he can speak on Carmelo Anthony. No, he cannot, because he's never had a trial case in a criminal court. But these idiots don't know that. So I never watched any of Dennis Spelling's videos about the kid. I didn't watch. I was like, what is he gonna say? He doesn't know what he's talking about, and he's not practiced. He's a YouTuber.
Yeah, I was
He's
about
not
to say,
practiced.
is
Yeah,
he still in? Is he still even is like with the bar? Is he still registered?
yeah. I mean, your bar license, you just have to do like they call it CLE. So every year you have to take like a few courses online. They are very quick. You take them. They're like videos. You watch a few videos, and then you pay your membership fee, and then you get renewed, right?
Yeah.
So he can always renew it. I think it's like $300. You renew it, and your license is just gonna stay active. So
Okay.
once you, yeah, so he does have his license, but that's not he's not in the legal profession because he didn't win in legal. That's why he's a YouTuber, and I think he came to this stuff because they all think the same. They all started from the red pill movement.
Yeah.
So they are watching their algorithm is showing them the same people. I bet you if Dennis Sperling turns on his YouTube, he's watching the lead attorney, Oshay Duke Jackson. There's like the Angry Man. There's like 20 of them that have formed a league, and their content saturates around each other, and it always indoctrinates them. So they are living in their own bubble. That's
Right.
why they all sound the same. They all think the same, and they all move the same. So right now, O'Shea was late to the party of this one, of the FBA grift.
Mm-hmm.
So this is when he's covering ground, and he's trying to cover ground from the fact that he lives on the African continent. So when he bash Africa, his will make sense, right? So that's why O'Shea joined the party late. And it looks like LT might want to be in there too, but he needs to walk a fine line. Why? Because he would be considered a tether.
Yeah, he's Caribbean. It doesn't make any sense. I
Yeah,
don't.
Caribbean and he's Canadian, right?
Yeah. So it's like it that's my thing with LT. I don't understand quite fully why you would even want to involve yourself in this. From what I know, he was more so of like, go against the passport bros type of dude. But all this content intersects. So it seems like he had to somewhat make a decision on what he wants to do, like a business decision.
Yeah,
And
it's a
seeing
business
this, yeah.
decision, and he wants to be he wants to stay in the middle. But Canada is very multicultural with the blacks. They are very, very united.
Oh yeah.
So this is an area that he cannot stay in. If he's not very careful, he can only survive if he panders to the FBAs, which which I think he can do uh, because he needs this content.
Yeah.
This is his livelihood. This is another reason why I don't want to knock him personally, right? I don't want to knock him because this is what he does for a living. So I kind of gave him a pass to be critical of me. But the reason that I was like, maybe I shouldn't have done that is after I watched the live stream. Then I went back and I watched his live stream with O'Shea, and the energy levels were very different.
Right.
Like he had a lot to say about all the things that I talked about without, and even started to fact check some of my black statistics with putting white statistics up there to counter my black statistics. I'm like, you don't live in America. It's an eye test. Go to jail and see how many black people you're gonna see over there. You don't some of these things you don't need statistics, bro. You know what I mean? So you're not gonna. And then I think he was trying to check the homicide rates between Ghana and the U.S. and Black America because I put it in that particular video. And as soon as he started checking it, he said, "Oh, he'll do it offline," because he saw the moment you put it in Google, Google is gonna tell you that Ghana has 1.8 homicides per 100,000 people.
Right.
Can you believe it?
Yeah.
We have under 2 homicides per 100,000 people.
It's not bad.
Actually, I think it's 0.8, if I'm not mistaken. And it's almost, I got the stat here. Oh man, my daughter took like 100 pictures with my phone, so I have to go way back. Yeah. So it's 1.83 per 100,000 people, homicides. And most of them are, this includes the wars in the north, right? The little Muslim stuff that goes on in the north.
Right.
So it's knives, blunt objects, and local disputes. Those are responsible for our most homicides.
Yeah, because the guns, that's not really a
There's
thing.
no gun violence there. We
Yeah,
don't have
even
guns in
Nigeria,
Ghana.
there's not really like civilians don't have guns for the most part.
Right. Then, so he was trying to break this down, and the US average is 5 per 100,000. So that's 2.5 times more than Ghana, right?
Hmm.
But the Black American one is 21 to 26,
Huh.
almost 30 per 100,000. That is 14x Ghana's homicide rates. You see how much of a gap that is?
Yeah, it's bad. It's
And he
pretty.
was trying to counter this live because he thought I was giving out fake statistics. Soon as he put out the Ghana one and he saw how low it was, he said, "Oh, pretty low. Oh shit, I can't do it on the live. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna double check. We're gonna do this offline." And then he moved on from that. That's when I knew he was full of shit because I know my numbers when I talk about these things. If you're gonna be to play in the middle, stay in the middle.
Right.
And the reason I didn't want to react to this was I didn't want them to say, "Oh, this Nana guy cannot take what he dishes out. He always reacts." No, I wanted him to have his say and speak his mind, and that's okay, bro. But if you're going to do that and you have an interview with O'Shea, don't be all smiley with him. O'Shea says he won't talk about Austin Holloman scam, but he can talk on African scam.
Oh yeah, that threw me for a loop. I couldn't believe that. I saw that part. I was like, okay, I know what time it is now.
Let me take Jada's comments. He says a lot of these Pan African dudes are ex-military. Yep.
That's fact.
uh, what General Michael Langley open a YouTube channel and call himself a Pan African. There you go. So yeah, it's all like it was like, why can't they do YouTube naturally without being buddy buddy with themselves to help themselves push out content without selling useless product and useless courses, um, cash apps, direct payments, consultation fees. I mean, you're getting consultations from broken men, bro. Like lames. I mean, why would anybody hang out with O'Shea in real life, in real person? I mean, think about it. Why would anybody in their right mind hang out with this dude? What are you gonna talk about?
Women.
I mean, geez, like, I mean, what is there? Look at him, man. What are you like? What is wrong with these people, bro?
I wish I knew, Nana. I wish I knew.
I was like, okay, so now I understand why you guys have certain things going on, and I'm like, if you find that what I talk about is problematic, then you have a problem. Because compared to what they say about us, I've been very nice, bro. I've been very, very nice. And I'm probably, before Afridamos left, it was just me and Afridamos calling out their bullshit.
Yeah, Epidemics, that's my guy. He was going hard.
He'll be
I don't know
back.
what he's doing now. I hope he's good.
Oh yeah, he's good. He's good. Yeah, he's gonna be back. Yeah, I think he's just taking some time off. Okay, so African man is saying there is money in the Black American ethno nationalist cultural pride lane now. If you want engagement, just start talking about Black Americans being the greatest in the world. Yes, if I
Yeah,
did that, I'm gonna get like hundreds of thousands of views. They like to be
yeah.
praised. I know that for a fact, and I know from engagement is when I do Tariq Nasheed videos, the comments are always more proportional to the views, like the average view duration, which means they don't even watch the video.
Oh no, they comment. They comment.
They
They They
They come
pause
in
at
and
00 and
yeah,
comment.
yep. They just look at the title and they start commenting. And I'm like, Ninja, did you watch the video? No. So I started making those videos subscribers only, and the comments immediately reduced. So a lot of these guys are they are very disgruntled. They are uneducated. They don't have any motivation. They spend too much time on the internet. They are being indoctrinated by uh, people that they've put on a pedestal, but these people are not intelligent.
High
They
school
may be
dropout.
articulate, but they're not intelligent people. I mean, look at Afro think tank spelling like this, bro. And then he's questioning my intelligence, spelling like a third grader, bro.
Mm.
Did you see that spelling?
Oh yeah, I saw. That's why I said I saw it. I saw the whole entire paragraph, sentence structure, horrible, just grammatical errors all over the place. It just, man,
I was
man.
like, so these are the people that this, that's what I'm saying. YouTube does some things to you, bro. For people like this to call you not intelligent, you know how insulting it is, man. you know, like, why should I be subjected to ignorant fools that have done this? These are the people that I will tell you that you are here based on their struggle. How can this grammar struggle for you, bro? What bill is he going to write or advocate for? This guy just boycotts.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, yeah,
He just
that-
goes around boycotting people.
yeah, he's not serious. That boycott, no, that boycott's not even a serious thing. I just went like my girlfriend and I. We went out to eat the other day at a nice little Asian restaurant around here, DMV area. There's people, black people all around the restaurant. You know, we went to the other day. We went to the beauty supply store. Asian in the front. People were buying. So where is this boycott happening at? I don't. It's not real. It feels like it's just some people came on the internet and decided to make noise about. Back to business as usual.
Yeah, I mean, I like this. So I'm like, once you have that mentality, you're anti-capitalist. I don't like people that don't want to compete fairly. Like we're living the reality right now, whether you like it or not, is we're living in a capitalist society. So you have to give your audience the tools to help them win in capital. These boycotts and distraction, they're just to feel good for a short time, and you're gonna return back to your problems, and you have to figure out how to pay the light bill. And these guys have consistently promoted segregation, anti-immigrants, anti-black, anti-white, like they're anti-everybody, anti-Asian now.
Yeah, I think
How are
that's
you
the
supposed to
culture.
thrive? And then LT is calling me out for telling African businesses to charge them more. And I'm like, okay, that's why you have to watch some of these things in context. I'm telling the Ghanaians and the Kenyans to charge these people more because these guys have gone to Kenya and they're making videos telling the whole world that we charge them more, even if it's not true. They're telling everybody that we scam them, even though it's not true. Some of them do get scammed and they are being scammed by their own people that have moved to Ghana.
Mm-hmm.
But they leave that out and then they blame us for the scamming. So I'm like, okay, if you guys are going to stay that and we can't keep fighting you back and forth, then yes, we are now going to scam you so that we level it off. And if we scam enough, you're going to stop coming. And then you're going to stop making the stupid videos because you're not coming, which is what I'm trying to get at, right? So either you offer a radical solution. Yes, I know it sounds crazy as hell, but that's what these people need to hear so that they don't send us idiots like a Jirello and O'Shea and all these fools that they've been sending down. And he couldn't understand it. It's like, how are you going to understand it? I mean, these guys don't want to accept our efforts and our capitalism here. They're making comments like, oh, you come to the West and you live in your cozy house. Are they giving houses for free here, bro?
No, my
Where
mom.
are they giving these free houses so I can go get some? Because I
Yeah,
guarantee you, none of them would want to pay my mortgage for sure. They wouldn't want to pay that shit. So if they see it, they won't want to pay it. None of them will want to pay my property taxes. In Collin County, bro, Google it. It costs the average home about $1,300 a month in property taxes. A month, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just Google it. Collin County, Denton County taxes. Frisco, Prosper, Texas. Google the taxes. Just generally on homes 500,000 and up, because there are no homes at 500,000 here. But just say 500,000 and up, and let Google tell you how much the average home pays here. So I'm paying $1,300 a month into my county for taxes. And then I have something called PID. PID is a tax you pay if your area is not fully developed, because this side of Prosper is not fully developed. They still have to do roads and stuff, right? So
Mm.
you pay extra PID every month. I think you have to pay PID for 5 years, and then they take you off PID. So between these two taxes, I'm paying $1,500 a month for my county to develop infrastructure here. Yet these people are going to overlook that and make it look like you're living a cozy life because the West provided it. They are negating the fact that I go to work and my wife goes to work for this to happen.
Mm-hmm.
That is a dishonesty here. Not everybody in the West lives cozy. Okay, if they want to know, they should go to a place called Skid Row or Kensington. I'm sure you
Oh
know
yeah,
where that is.
Kensington. Mm-hmm. That's a
Okay,
Philly.
yeah. Let's see how many king size beds they're gonna find over there.
Oh man, I hate going over there. I don't even go over there for real. But if I have to drive by when I'm back home, man, I drive as fast as I can through there. That is hell. That is like a no man's land. You know, that's not a place human beings need to
Yeah.
be at.
And you saw Afro think that use words like, oh, they come here on the cozy pillows, as if we don't have pillows in Africa.
Oh yeah,
I mean, this guy was talking some bullshit for
like
dude.
FBA. It was FBA. It's FBA. It's what I call FBA light. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
It's
he's
not
not
quite.
any better.
Hmm. Yeah.
He's not any better. And if people are not very careful, from what I've observed, because I observe people's body languages and how they act, I can learn about people's characters from just how they do things. These people are so hungry for money, man. They got to pay the bills every month. They need his AdSense to pay those bills, man. It's crazy. So for a dude like that, I observe him and I look at him and I was like, people, if they are not very careful, will end up getting scammed by people like this. Like they are grooming you slowly to build a reputation, especially Caribbean people and Black Americans that are wanting to go to Africa and stuff. Very
Mhm.
soon they'll start doing tours, they'll start doing programs. Let's build he's already done one before, right? He did the water project. Oh, let's build this water. And before you know this, he's gonna use that as a pipeline to take, because that's what they all do. These are all grifters, bro. And it's sad, man.
Yeah, it's something about just Black America in general. It's like they're susceptible to grifters. They're unable to really tell who's genuine and who's a grifter. It's like they can't tell. They're unable. They don't have the tools.
Yeah, it's very easy to dissect. Like I said, I always said, um, the first test for me is people that don't like to use the YouTube partner program as constructed. That is the first line. The moment they start throwing out these cash apps, it's like whenever we're looking for a church, right? My
Hmm.
wife and I would always, because we'd move to an area and then we'd start visiting all these churches, right? And we're able to tell which churches are money hungry and which churches are about the word of God, right?
Right.
And most of the churches that will cross off the list will be churches where, like, every second they're talking about giving and giving and giving and giving. And then everywhere on the church, there's multiple where you scan a QR code, you're giving. You're doing this, you're giving. And the preacher man is constantly talking about giving, giving, giving. And I'm like, if they don't let it naturally come out of the congregation, uh, then I start to write off churches like that. Right. And that's what I'm seeing with YouTube. For me, it's always a cash app. I understand why they do the cash app, because YouTube would take a percentage of the check. So I get that. I get they're trying to maximize the money and all the thing, but I don't like it because it's also not transparent. Because if I'm if I'm sleeping tonight and somebody send me $1,000, none of my audience will know about it. You know what I'm saying? If Oshay sent LT some money, how would you know? You know what I'm saying? How would you know? For him to talk all this recklessness, how would you know? But one thing we know is we know from the outcome of the interview that Oshay is doing him a favor by coming on. He's gonna clip this out, you get the views. And that is Oshay saying, hey, I'm buying for my time. I'm promoting your stuff. I'll put your videos in some of my videos. I'll give you some visibility. So it's a hookup. And they are never gonna call Oshay out for the stuff that he's doing, including Afro Think Tank himself when he did that interview, right? You could tell from that interview that it was low ball. It was just there he tried to push back or disagree here and there. But Oshay is saving face from the horrific video he did disparaging Africans. That video was the worst he's done. Even I wouldn't say stuff like that. I mean, I listened to it. I was like, damn, I've been so easy on these blacks. I was like, man, I've been so easy on these blacks. And we have our hands tied because we have black American friends.
Yeah, they know this. I think Nana, I think this is very strategic. Like I said, they know this. They know that our hands are tied because they know most African people are not hateful.
Yep,
We're just regular people just trying to make a day by day, in a different place.
yep,
So we make friends where we make friends, all different types of people.
yep. They
So
know we,
yeah,
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, they know we have black
yeah.
American friends. All of us
Yeah,
do.
they know. They know. I do too. I told you my stories about how my friends in private school that I grew up with on my street. We all have friends that are Black American, but they just know that doing this, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they want us to check ourselves out of our spot and lose our friends. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's interesting.
Jada is saying he's bothered by FBA because it makes him feel less Canadian. Whereas as Africans couldn't care less. Exactly. I mean, like,
Yeah.
Canada is like not even in this conversation at all. I mean, they don't have these issues over there because a lot of them are, first generation guys walking around from different parts of the world, and nobody's claiming territory over there. Here, let me play. I haven't played watch this video, but let's see if we can get some insight from it. I'm gonna play about 2 minutes of it.
You say anything?
Oh, we were just waiting on it. Ghana Dan, listen, man, we got to rap it a little bit, brother. You know what I'm talking about? So let's talk.
Let's make it.
Africans ain't got into the damn networks, man. What the hell is going on today? Hey, you African Americans, man, y'all must be watching Tanzania twerk videos or something like that. What's going on, man? Super Triz, if you want to get on, let me know. Okay, let me do this. I ain't got all day to be waiting for y'all in y'all fucked up phones, okay? Let me start with Nagon. Okay. Let me kind of start off. I had a conversation with Al Grease. Who knows who Al Grease is? Everybody know who Al Grease is?
Yeah, I know Al Grease, yeah.
Al Grease, okay. Al Grease is a good buddy of mine. Okay, good buddy, good friend of mine. Okay, he made the a movie Frustrated. We were talking about immigrants, black immigrants in the United States, and he was talking about how a lot of black immigrants who come to the United States have benefited off the struggle of African Americans. You guys know when this in the 60s, there was two things happening with blacks across Africa and America. Black people in America were fighting for the civil rights. And blacks in Africa were fighting for their own liberation as far as independence from the colonial powers that be. And the biggest colonial powers at this time were, French with the Francophone countries, you had Senegal, Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso, the Congo, places like that. And then you had also Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, your British colonies, Tanzania, which was a German colony at first, but got shifted over to Tanzania. South Africa had kind of already broke away on its own from the crown in around 1960, something like that. So these countries started going into a little bit after many of them, Ghana, Nigeria in particular, and Uganda, they started going into civil wars. So in the civil wars that became out of these countries. Many of those blacks who were becoming more prominent were taking refuge in the United States. Now, at the same time, William Tubman in Liberia, when the economy was doing good, Liberia and the United States had a great relationship. Many Liberians were coming to the United States to get educated, and the government was paying for it, and things like that. And then also, at the same time, in the black-only schools, Tuskegee, Howard University, many of our historically black colleges were not only educating African Americans, but were offering the olive branch to Africans, giving them free scholarships. And it still goes on to this day. But there is a contention in between the two groups today, okay, in America. And we want to talk about that. Let's talk to Nagone about what he feels about the this particular topic and kind of just freestyle it, brother. Go ahead.
All right. Well, freestyle. You didn't mention the Lusophone countries also that were from Portugal mainly. I mean, Angola and also Mozambique. And those countries that played a role and actually got kind of free kind of early and tried to get their game going pretty nicely there. But as we know how things go on the African continent, I'm sure you have some awareness of it. But looking at a lot of the people who have come over from over there here to the United States and work, there's tension because a lot of them are doing very well.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them are coming over, in my view, from what I really see from them and what I saw when I was in Angola very much so was that they have a very strong family structure. A very strong family structure. And that structure, and there's expectations. So if you're going over there, if you're coming from there, come here to the United States, you're expected to do well. You're expected to go to school. You're expected to get a that's not a bachelor's, but a master's and a PhD or a medical degree or whatever. You're supposed to take tremendous advantage of the opportunities that are being opened up to you, and they're coming here and they're doing very, very, very well. They're coming in with a structure. Their structure has not been, in my view, shaken. Where here, our structure is a bit more shaken. I'm not trying to make excuses, but this is some of the reality that we're looking at. So they're coming in with a stronger kind of a family structure. When I had gone over to Angola, and I had met a lady in Brazil, and then I had flown from Brazil on TAM Airlines to Angola, and I was there. And just to make a long story short, I had to sit down with her with their family. Their whole family. It was a whole family structure there. You had to eat with the family, everything. So it wasn't like you were coming in there, trying to get live. It wasn't like that. If you did, you were risking your life. So you had to come there and deal with that family structure. And it was a family structure indeed. So that's what's very heavy there in Africa. They're bringing that over here and they're using that to really get ahead. And they're one of the most successful immigrant groups coming into the United States today, outstripping the Asians and others in performance, and that's what we're looking at.
Okay. Let me do this. Shout out to King.
So, Dragon, you're here, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
So this interview was hard. Let me go back to see the date and timeline because 8 years ago, right? Oshay heard about this before he went to Africa, right?
All right.
And as the guy is saying, because this guy had been in Angola, so he had seen what is true today, even now, right? This strong family base and the expectations that is on us. I mean, bro, when you're growing up, I overheard my wife telling me today. Well, my wife was telling me today about my son switching his idea of being an astronaut to a surgeon because he patched together my daughter's toy. So, they, and that's a 9-year-old thinking like that, right?
Right.
So you've grown up in an immigrant family, so you know this.
Yeah.
Our expectations are different, right? You just can't do whatever you want. Right?
Oh yeah.
You can be as old as 30 and you still just can't do whatever you want. Your mama and your daddy will have something to say. And you just
Like,
can't say otherwise, right?
yeah, I'm 25 right now. My birthday was like a month ago. But like I go home, it's still my parents' rules. Like it doesn't matter that I'm 25. They still look at me as their little boy with certain expectations and things like that. Like it's a way that I was raised, you know. So yeah,
Right. So all I'm saying is that instead of seeing this as competition against black folks, because we don't come here with them in mind as who we should compete against, right?
yeah,
It, uh, it's maximizing the opportunities that are here. Right? I'm not coming here saying, "Oh man, I got to pass this math class and hope that the black guy sitting next to me fails it, so that my community passed." No immigrant thinks like that,
right.
right? We It's like you understand that yes, our countries are not the best, but if you're given a better ecosystem, you don't have to play with it. You have to go in there and get the best that you can out of it. And I don't think that's a bad thing. Okay. Some of this will reciprocate and help with some of the development that is also going on in Africa, because Africa is not stagnant. I mean, I go back home sometimes and I'm amazed by how much Accra has changed, right? So everybody's doing their little bits. The ones that have migrated, the ones that are working in neighboring cities and neighboring states. Uh, Most of these countries, I mean, when I left Ghana, I was what, 50 years old, right? Post independent. So most of these countries are still pretty young, but they are doing it at their own pace. Every year it's either getting better, getting worse, depending on the country. But when you've come here, or when your parents moved here and they gave birth to you, the expectation is for you to reduce your vices, um, go to school, work hard, maybe get married. I think for some people it's actually a requirement that you get married.
Oh yeah, it's a requirement for my family. They've been hounding me since 21 years old.
Right.
When will you get married?
And
Where
and
is yeah.
and if you delay, they'll pick the wife for you.
Mm-hmm.
So these are cultural things at play. How this group became hateful of that beats my mind.
Right.
You can take, not everything we do is perfect. We have problems too. But you can always take the positives of the Asians. I like how they treat homework and how they take their kids to Kumon, right?
Oh yeah, they
But you
don't
can look
play.
at that and say, man, I want my kids to do what these Indian kids are doing next door, and pick the positives that you can from each group to build a better family and a better society. Why are you knocking the Africans for doing something that comes to them culturally easy? you know, it
Yeah.
comes culturally easy. And Afro Think Tank's video where he's talking about, oh, these guys have to come here and work because our parents are retirement accounts. Yeah, that's true, but we are not complaining. I
Yeah,
take care
that's
of my mom.
cultural.
Yeah. And
That's
if you think
yeah.
about it, it's the same in Latin America. I lived in Colombia, it was the same thing. It's the same in Southeast Asia, Philippines, Thailand. Everybody takes care of their, that's why we don't have nursing homes. So we all take, yes, I am my mother's retirement account. And she got lucky that at least me and my brothers are able to take care of her. And none of us we are not complaining. You know, she
Yeah.
was a school teacher, so she still gets her pension from Ghana, but it's peanuts. It's enough to live in Ghana, but it's still peanuts. But she doesn't have to worry because she has kids that can take care of her, and that is what it is for us culturally. You know, in the Ghanaian saying, they said, if somebody helps you for your teeth to grow, you should help them when their teeth are falling off,
Mm,
and that is the cultural meaning of how we live. That yes, our parents seeing us as their retirement package is not a wrong thing. I mean, we are not going to do
yeah.
that to our children because we live in a system that has taught us to save for retirement, right? So we won't have to burden our kids when we are no longer able to work.
All right.
And there are people in Africa that are doing that. Some are buying life insurance now. We didn't have life insurance in the early ages, but some of them have life insurance now. There are companies that have life insurance, state insurance, state health, what do you call it, state retirement things are improving in most countries, right? So
Mhm.
all these systems are slowly improving. They are getting better. We are all learning. This is something that we also learn from the West. Like, hey, we got to save for retirement so that our kids, will not be burdened to take care of us when we are older. But it shouldn't. He did this video making it sound like it's a gotcha because to them it's like they've gone to Africa. They now see some of the problems that are not really mainstream, that they are not really talked about, right? And they think that they're hurting us by just speaking loudly about it, and they look like fools because like every African knows this.
Right. They talk about
Every
corruption. Like, bro, we know
yeah,
what corruption is.
yeah. Go to Nigerian TikTok, man. This guy, a very dark man. He's a big YouTuber, big
Oh
Facebook.
yeah. I watch him.
Yeah, that man's been lashing Tinubu all month, bro. He's going at
Yeah.
it hardcore. It's like, and these are people with big channels that are doing that. So why are they making it look like we're not doing anything? Like we're just, what are we, like, we're just sitting down and now criticizing our governments? Of course we are.
Yeah.
But yeah, Afro think tank is not any better, and I like that it's finally come out. I know there's still a lot of people that are gonna still give him a pass, but he
Yeah.
doesn't even see anything wrong with what he said. That's when I knew he was full of shit. Like I said, if I see him make any videos trying to push back, man, he will not like what I'll do to him, man. Because, like I said, if I have to take PTO for these guys, bro, I'll take PTO just to push out these videos, man. I don't care. I'll take a whole week off and put out 100 videos and keep up the pressure. If that's what needs to be done, man, you know. Let me see if I can find that. I'll play maybe a little bit of this and then I can find that.
I know that black students that probably would have went. Like for example, I got two nieces that one graduated a couple years ago, the other one graduated last year. Both made a 30. One made a 29, the other one made a 30 on the ACT. But she had a three. They both had like right at 3.2 GPAs. Couldn't get the Ivy League scholarships. Well, these are bright, best and brightest. The one that graduated now works for Microsoft, and she worked for Google over the summer. That's how smart she is. She got the Google internship. So we're not talking
many of these sacrifices that I could point to.
So you know this guy too, right? The Uhuru guy.
Is that Dinas Tamir?
Yeah, I
Is that
think
his name?
thing called searching for Uhuru.
Search for Huru. That's Dinas Tamir. Yeah. Yeah, I know him by his other name.
Yeah, sometimes he also tries to play the middle, Pan African, but plays the middle a little bit, right?
Oh yeah. They all do that. They all do
Yeah,
that.
it's all they are the same network. That's what I'm trying to say. Like if you go back, these guys have been living on YouTube, bro. And, this is the hassle. So they've always played into the gender wars, and now they've come into the diaspora wars, and that connection still exists today. They all have each other's phone numbers.
hmm
They use it, share the same audiences, and now they've all moved to Tariq. Maybe 2 years from now, this thing will die out. Somebody will come up with another brilliant conflict idea because they need a conflict always to let this work, and then they'll move on to that conflict. But if you notice with the diaspora wars, they are fighting everybody, not just Africans. They're fighting Haitians. They're fighting Caribbean people, right?
hmm
Maybe with time they'll break it off and say, hey, maybe with the guys from the Caribbean, they're also from the transatlantic slave trade. So let's cut them some slack and just dump on the Africans.
I
They,
don't
they
even think that would work. Honestly, I don't
yeah,
think that would work because I think most black immigrants have seen what they've said and know that it could be them that they could be talking about as well. It wouldn't. I don't think that any Caribbean person would jump on board with it. They can't.
yeah. The
They
the
just can't.
best the best approach to this is to have 10 Nana channels of different commentators, hitting them at their most in the most sensitive areas, right?
hmm
Um, if if it becomes sustained, like how they've done it, eventually they're gonna have to pivot away from this because with the gender wars, it was one way. The women were not really pushing back like that. They did a little bit on TikTok. The women were not pushing back, so they decided to just get passports.
I
And
mean,
and
I was
and
about
the
to say, mhm.
passports hasn't gone too well for them. Look at what they've done overseas, right?
Yeah.
The passports haven't gone too well for them. So now they are back. They are back in business with their women, but the women didn't go anywhere.
No, I think Nana. I'm just saying this. I think they lost the gender wars. If anything, the fact that they had to go overseas, the women didn't let up. They just either they ignored them or they made fun of them. They didn't get the outcomes that they wanted, so they had to run. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
They lost. That's you didn't stand your ground. You had to flee.
So I was watching a video on YouTube today, right?
Hmm.
And there was a comment. The video is by a channel called Coffee Unfiltered.
Right.
And these people did a video on O'Shea. I think they used part of my video that I had done. So they did a video on O'Shea. This is why O'Shea doesn't like us because all it takes is somebody taking our video and reacting to it. They can even get more views, but that's more eyes on it, right? And there was somebody in the comment section said he was exposed like 4 years ago. There were images of him in a village with alleged male minors
What?
stung on privates. TAZ exposed it all before his channel got deleted. So who is TAZ?
I don't even know. I couldn't tell you.
Let me see if I can find that video because I don't want people to think I'm lying. But that's how much research I'm doing into this O'Shea guy. So
That's crazy.
I'm looking into all these things and I'm wondering why that channel got deleted. This is stuff for. Let's see if I can find it. But I will not be surprised. The O'Shea that I've covered, the trauma, I'm living that trauma. Why am I saying? Oh, I'm playing that because I'm using my other YouTube channel. Let me switch over. Let's see. Let me make sure that I. Okay, so let me switch this out. Okay, so here is a video. So yeah, that old video talks a lot about how um, where all this hate comes from, right? The feeling that we are competing them in the US and they're trying to find solutions. There's no solution. It's just culture and ambition, bro. That's all it is. I guarantee you take a black American child, you put them in Ghana or Nigeria to go to primary school and secondary school, you bring them back to the US, they will go to college.
Yeah, they will dominate for sure.
Yep. They
It,
will
you
go to
know,
college. Same black person, you take them to that environment for 6 years, bring them back. Take even from the hood, they will still do well. They'll come back to the US and they'll dominate. It's the environment. They have to understand the environment makes a whole lot of difference, man.
yeah, that's the
But
thing. I was
so
about to say,
this
I
is a
wish.
video, right?
Hmm.
And this is the comment that I saw. Trying to see if I can find it. She got a lot of comments on this, but this is how many people got eyes on this O'Shea video, which is clips from what we exposed some months ago, right? So when
Hmm.
people like this reaction channels take these videos and they react, 5,000 people see it, more people see it, and then more people see it. And before you know this, I think that the person was called MK. How come I don't see? What are my settings? 147 comments. Let's go with newest. You see, he was always a fraud. He used to be a gender warrior. I mean, can you imagine giving a name like this, a gender warrior, bro?
Gender warrior, diaspora warrior. It's It's sad. It's sad to have that type of existence. You being known as just a war general of online, just of online stuff.
I said, this is my first time seeing a woman close up to him. Exactly why I never listened to this grifter, pro wax, simp, old face, Duke Jackson. People don't like this guy. A lot of
Oh
people have
yeah,
tuned out from his stupidity, man. I'm trying to find the comment. I had it, did a screenshot of it, so I read it from my phone. He always said he was a trick, but this is wild. Yeah, yeah, he really is a trick. He knows he
a
is.
proud one too. Mhm.
hmm Well, it's a tactic O'Shea uses. He does that so that you don't use that against him. Like, okay, I'm this, so you don't have to say it. But of course, it bothers him and it embarrasses him.
Yeah, that's an interesting tactic. I've never heard of someone just insulting themselves.
Yeah, yeah. You don't ever hear him say he's ugly. He says it himself.
Yeah, I hear it all the time, but it's like besides him, I've never heard someone do that because most people would assume like associate that with low self-esteem. Like you wouldn't just say that on a regular basis.
I'm missing the. I can't seem to find a comment on Google. So, if you happen to spot it, let me know. But it's somebody that was talking
Mm.
about 4 years ago. This guy being. Let me play a little bit of it. I can't seem to find it, but let me play. So I wanted to follow up and see if I can find out who that person was, whoever did that expose, and why that channel got deleted. Because a lot of these old YouTubers also had a lot of power back in the day on YouTube, and they were able to get channels deleted. They were able to. Let's see, is it this one? I see Anthony in the chat. Desha in state of Louisiana, Nelson. Yeah, that was a wild case. I don't know if you've seen that case, but I'll come
No,
back
what
when
case was that?
O'Shea's father in the state board of Louisiana, when his license got denied, he was trying to practice nursing in Louisiana,
Hmm.
and he didn't want to tell them that he had a criminal record, but the board found out he had a criminal record, and then
Nah.
based on that
Hmm.
case, I found other cases of the dad's extensive criminal history. Man, it's bad, bro. This guy grew up in some mess. Like I said, I'm saving the best for last, man. I'm gonna wait when we get up to like maybe 15,000, 16,000 subs, where it's really prime. Then I'll drop
Right.
it as an expose. But I also want to follow up on this story of alleged kids sucking on his stuff, man. Because
Pause. Oh,
if
that's
you
crazy.
yeah, if you see how this guy grew up, that will not surprise me, bro.
Was he so was his dad like a degenerate? And I can't you can't even really go into it. It's gonna
Well,
spoil the expose.
the man went to
Just hold it.
nursing school, but he had a history of crime. Like he was always committing crimes, and there was also a lot of domestic violence in the home. So the mom and the dad would be beating themselves up. I mean, one of them
Uh
cases they almost beat themselves up to death.
yeah, O'Shea had
And
no
then
chance
O'Shea
in
and
that
his
case.
siblings grew up just in that environment. So he's traumatized, man. He needs help.
He
And
had
then I
no
think
chance.
the parents always used to probably tell him how ugly he looked and all this bullshit. So it killed his self esteem. And now, you have O'Shea on the internet extending that trauma to everybody.
The
Hurt
Oshay
people
Duke
hurt people.
Jackson situation is getting messier. So, Oshay, the alleged pro black activist and Black Women Protector is now being called out because people are sharing old clips of him telling his lady friend to stand up and show off her body, all because the men in the chat was asking for it. So he told this girl to stand up to show off her body for $1, allegedly.
Because they gave the money, I gave you the money. Here you go.
Jesus. You're done.
I have no more money.
Completely.
No more.
Completely
That's done. You took all my money.
Oh God. I'm running away.
Johnny Walton. Oh, $40. Thank you, brother.
Give me.
I gave you.
No. I want to go back to makeup, please.
I gave you there.
No. What's new?
Remember, we're gonna have a business. Yeah. We're gonna bring Ugandan girls.
Dude, and Oshay, and the people been saying you've been taking little shots, you've been, kind of playing the fence. Oshay, I know you're listening. Oshay, don't poke the bear. Oshay, don't poke the bear, brother. You way too easy. Oshay, I know you're listening, brother. Don't play with me, bro. You way too easy, my nigga. Way too easy, bro.
He said in here. Check it out.
I already know you get down, bro.
I already know your get down. What does that mean? I already know your get.
So is that get down got to do with some kid sucking on his pee-pee?
Either that or he talking about the tricking because that's the only two things I could think of. When you talk about when I know your get down. That means he has some damning information that he could
Yeah,
use to destroy somebody.
yeah. And I think I think there's a lot out there, and I'm
Yeah.
determined to find it. I'm gonna be relentless in finding it. I'll stop if he leaves Africa, but I'll be relentless in finding it because if we don't, like I said, this is a warrior with experience from fighting women. So he lost that battle. So now he's trying to see if he can win a different battle, right? And we're gonna have to make him lose that battle. So this is alleged, but he said he was exposed 4 years ago, but the channel that did that expose was TAZ. And apparently that channel has been deleted. So if anybody knows who TAZ is, let me know in the chat. Maybe we can try and find that person and get that story. And it says there were images of him in Africa in a village with male minors, his tongue on his privates.
That's disgusting. Yeah.
Some of these passport bros are also known. Some of them even have channels known to be going for transgenders, ladyboys in Thailand.
These
They're
are
not even hiding it.
homosexuals.
Yep.
Yeah.
They
They're
don't hide it.
homosexuals.
Yeah. Well, they say the ladyboys are not men anymore.
Mm,
Yeah, that's what they're doing in Asia. They said the ladyboys are, they got some titties on. So I think I missed Jada's comment. Jada is saying then we need to put Jada on pause. It's too much, too much super chat.
She's dropping too much, too
Yeah,
much money.
I can read your comments without the supers, Jada. Take a break. It says in a video with ATT, he admitted to voting for DJT all 3 times. On another note, uh, you are out here competing with House of Dragons. Oh, so your show is up, right?
She trying to watch her show. You stopping her.
Yeah, she's trying to watch a show, man. I might need to tap in it. That must be a good show. House of Dragons. Okay, have you watched it?
No, I haven't watched that.
Okay, it should be good. If she says it's good, it's good. I don't know, man. Like I don't like to do the Black American insult of calling men gay just because they didn't get their way. Like they tend to do that shit. So
Mm.
I wouldn't want to put like gay allegations on him. But this is a true story, man. I mean, I'll share this screenshot. I'll share this screenshot on the community tab because I can't seem to find it in this video. And this video was posted a month ago, and the commentator was M at ATK. And he said he was exposed 4 years ago by a channel called TAZ. Taz. Okay, if it's here, let me put you on.
What's up, KF?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Salute to you, KF.
Salute, salute.
So I knew you. I knew you had something on this. I'm glad you're on.
Yeah.
What is TAZ?
TAZ is the name. Well, let's just put it this way. He's not a very good guy. I'll just say it that way. But Taz likes. He's kind of like the Peso Man. Peso Man's a passport bro that goes after passport bros.
Yeah,
And
I
then
saw. Kaiser Man had a live stream today.
yeah, and then Taz is somebody that goes in on everybody. You know, either for the right reasons or for the very wrong reasons. Just not a very good guy. But I could tell you more
He's
about
Black
that behind the
American.
scenes. No, he's American, but he's just basically doesn't get along with a lot of people.
Okay.
I'll explain it more because it doesn't really make sense for a lot of people who don't know who he is.
Okay.
And he's
Now,
actually been on the same panel with Aphrodamus on somebody else's panel. And he was
okay.
going after Aphrodamus at the time for something, whatever the subject was from the actual content creator of that channel. But let's just put it this way: you wouldn't want to invite him on your panel unless you really want to talk to him.
No, I'm not. I'm not wanting to invite him. I just want to know
Yeah,
the
but but
story or to get
but
the images.
I'm not surprised because he's been going after O'Shea for a long time, off and on.
Okay. You think he'll make something like this up, or there could be some truth? I mean, knowing what is right, and you know it just as much as I do. Knowing,
Okay, so for what I can remember, what he didn't like about O'Shea in the past is that, for one, O'Shea used to allow me as a moderator on his old channel, and Taz is very racist, so he doesn't like Caucasians at all. So that's one thing he doesn't like about him. Another thing he doesn't like about him, he's always saying stuff like, "You shouldn't be talking bad about black women, this and that." But yet, there's been times where he's talked bad about black women. So he's kind of like a give and take. Very foul mouth. It's, I would say, psychopath. He has a lot of psychopath tendencies.
yeah. I mean, like I said, if you look at his upbringing and the things that really went on in his home,
Hmm.
this is really not surprising. But if there are some images out there and they're not doctored or AI images and they're actually
Now,
true,
I've heard this in the past, and I think I remember somebody saying that Taz had a video of what you were mentioning earlier, right? However, I can't remember if I seen an image of it or not, whether if it was doctored or not. But I've definitely heard about it because that rumor has been circulated probably about 5 6 years ago. So that rumor was circulated about that far back. If it's true or not, I don't know, and I really don't see how O'Shea would allow that to happen. To be honest with you, because that would immediately put him in handcuffs if that was true.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, but like in the old days, they had a circle of friends, right?
Right,
And
right,
they trusted each other and they shared things among themselves, and they would joke about things like this, even if they are abusing women or whatever they're doing with
right,
girls there. They'll share it in these WhatsApp groups. Some of them still do to this very day. I think O'Shea has fallen out with a lot of those dudes from then, and
right,
most of those guys, I think, if they have that information, they may be quiet because maybe will pay them off, because O'Shea will pay you off to keep that off the internet.
right. That's definitely true. Yeah, that's definitely true.
But we can also pay people to get that if it's true.
Yeah, and that's interesting that you said that tonight because I think I got another person in Uganda. Basically, I swayed him from not going with O'Shea because what O'Shea was doing when he first moved from Poland to Uganda is that he was trying to get all the Ugandan YouTubers together under his wing. It didn't matter what their content was about. He just wanted them under his wing in one form or another. So, I reached out to a lot of them, let everybody know that exactly who he is. A lot of people didn't believe it. They found out on their own. Some of them went with him. But this one particular guy, he saw the videos that you were showing not too long ago where he's handing the girl the money, right? To get up and turn around. That right there, he saw that video and a bunch of others that I showed a lot of other people. And he was disgusted. He never contacted O'Shea again. O'Shea was wondering what the hell was going on because he was even making comments in his own videos about him, why he wasn't contacting him anymore. But it was a point where he's getting ready to set up to be in some type of episode. The friend I got him to turn away from O'Shea is one of his episodes. I think it was probably his Sailwood or something. But I'm gonna tell you right now, I went through that whole thing back in 2019 with all the Ugandans, the YouTubers. A lot of them, they just didn't want to have anything to do with them because they saw right through them the second he opened his mouth, right? And then of course you got a lot of people that are struggling for money. They're not getting paid through YouTube, and they're going to do anything. So even some prostitutes, to be honest with you, were starting YouTube channels, thinking they can make quick money. Didn't work out. Ended up with him. So there's a lot of different things that people don't know about him. But till this day, most of the YouTubers now in Uganda, they don't rock with him because they found out that he's just jive talking. He doesn't, he's not a good person. He tries to hit on every woman that he can, and if he can't get them, he basically shuts them out.
Oh, we're gonna find a lot of stuff, man. I don't mind, bro. I don't even mind traveling to Uganda, man. I'll travel with you.
But I think I can hook you up with this guy. I think he's a very popular YouTuber. He's doing pretty good on his own right now, so I think I can hook you up with him if you want to meet up with him. He was on the Afrodama show once.
Cool. When I was talking to Agaba, one thing I respect about him is I understood that he knew a lot about O'Shea stuff, but he didn't want to say anything.
Right.
Even though
I
O'Shea
peeped
said
that.
everything to destroy him. And to this very day, Agaba won't expose the things he knows about O'Shea. And I'm like, well, this guy has really destroyed your image. We did clean it up some, but as early as yesterday, he was still talking about Agaba, bro. He
I'm not
just won't
shocked.
let it go. Like you came on, it was settled. The guy apologized to you publicly, and he just still can't let go. That's like some extreme form of narcissism, bro.
Yeah,
Why won't you just let it go?
he can. He wants to be on top of everything. He wants to have the last word on no matter what anybody says. If you hooked up with him at any point and you were way down low and now you're past him, kind of like the Flacco guy, he's going to say something bad about you. If you have even just the slightest little fallout or disagreement with him, you can't do anything like this with O'Shea as far as him being trustworthy with you, because he's going to stab you in the back one way or another. It's not to say that nobody's ever stabbed him in the back. There's obviously somebody out there, right? But O'Shea has a history of falling out with so many people, and you got to wonder why. It's the same thing when I said about Austin Holloman. Why is he leaving?
To be on camera.
Okay. Why is Austin leaving Kenya every 3 months when he says basically that he has a digital nomad visa? Well, it's to renew his visa. He's border hopping every 3 months. So it's you can't trust O'Shea for like anything. He's buying people to be their friends. You can't trust anybody that does that, right? He wants to be the boss of everybody, and then he wants to talk to anybody any way that he wants, right? So if he doesn't like you for whatever reason, he's going to say something bad about you, and we see that with the live streams that he immediately pretty much deletes afterwards. He says what he had to say. He let off some steam, and then he expects nobody to say any different. But see, that's why a lot of people, when they keep an eye out on him, and now some other channels, I don't know if I've told you about. I'll tell you in WhatsApp, but he has some other channels on YouTube that I probably never even told you what they were. And if I did, there's a lot more videos on there that you need to see.
I got a visitor here. She won't let me stream.
Yeah. So I mean, like what else are you coming up with?
I got this. Let me play this out. See what you're saying here.
Get down. Some kind of way he connect the dots and didn't want Tariq to expose him, because we know Tariq will crash out and expose at the expense of exposing himself. And he didn't want that.
Bro, you too easy for me, man. You need to let that go, man. Don't poke the bear, bro. You keep poking the bear, and a chunk gonna get snatched right out the ass, bro.
So once he said that to O'Shea, O'Shea changed his whole format.
So yeah, that was the warning he sent to O'Shea, and O'Shea has been quiet. Now listen. I don't really care for this Tariq guy either, but it is mighty funny that Oshay isn't making 100 videos about him like he does with everyone else. Does Tariq have something spicy on Oshay? We shall see. Also, Oshay is being called out over claims about his degree. So apparently he says that he went to school to be a doctor or something like that, but he just got called out because this person is saying that never happened.
We all missed something. See, I wasn't paying attention to this guy. I thought that he was just a Tariq Nasheed flunky. That's what I thought. I thought he was simply a Tariq Nasheed flunky. And he is of sorts, but nah. There's a bigger picture. If I got it for you.
Blacks in the diaspora, especially Africans and African Americans. I've made hundreds of videos about this, more ruthless than what you may have heard about it on Tariq Nasheed's channel, talking about people in the African community and their disrespect of Black Americans. But let me just tell you, because I lived, I came to Poland to go to medical school, and I did graduate, but I was dealing with the African community.
Stop right there. Can y'all hear that? Oshay the Duke Jackson claims that he went to medical school. Wait a minute. You know how it goes on Moorish World TV? You know how it goes on Moorish World TV? He claims that he went to medical school. I want you follow me on this one. Follow me on this one. He also, it's supposed to be one of the founding members of the Manosphere. This is where the research starts. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? Who has done the real research on this guy? Moochie, it looks like we got another series. It looks like we got another series. It looks like we got another series, Moochie. No one has done no real research on this guy. Bay. He ran his mouth one time too many to a Tahaka Bay. He claims that he went to medical school and that he got a degree. There is no record of a medical degree, but he claims that he went to medical school in Poland. There is no evidence that he's practiced medicine anywhere.
This is too messy. Can we all...
Okay, so he's saying that there's no evidence that he went to medical school in Poland. He did go to medical school, and I showed you those videos. So, and I've even seen his name on one of the class rosters that you can't find anymore because he's not a student there anymore. However, what we don't know, and I'm sure if you there's a way to contact schools to find out if somebody graduated or not. So what I have not done is actually called the school in Lublin, where he was actually living, Lublin, Poland, where the school is at, and actually contacted them, because I don't even know if they would even give up that information, but I know there's a way you can get that information from schools. I don't know if you have to be like a business or like a hospital to verify, or what you have to do.
But why won't Oshay show us? Why won't he do, when he came on, I told him, why won't you do a community tab?
Mm-hmm.
And just, everybody knows your name at this point.
Right.
You can remove, if there's a middle name and stuff, you can remove that, which I know the middle name too, Jerome, but you can remove the two names and just leave the last name there.
Mm-hmm.
And just put the degree up, and everybody would know if you graduated.
But then the problem with that, Nana, you know this, is that he could fake a certificate.
Well, let him even do a fake one, because then we can go online and then use AI to verify. You know how I did with Austin Holloman, right?
Yeah.
I can now start verifying serial numbers with, at least put the degree out, and the verification after you've put the degree out, that's a lot more easier to do.
Right, and also one of the conversations I've had with him over the phone in 2017 is I asked him what is he specializing in Poland. He goes, general practitioner, which almost everybody outside of a specialization is general practitioner anyway.
Yeah, he needed 6 years in Poland, but the timeline doesn't add up. He didn't stay there for 6 years. He went to Africa in 2019. So 2015 to 2019 is not enough time to graduate. and then he returned on a short trip, I think in 22.
Yeah, I mean, it's after he got all the training from the Angry Man on how to do YouTube the right way to make a lot of money. Once he started doing that in 2017, he basically was talking about, yeah, man, I fell behind in my classes. I got to go make this stuff up. I'm like 3 months behind, so I got to redo this, got to redo that. You know what I'm saying? He's talking about his clinicals and everything like that. So I was just like, okay, it's like I see how much he's doing YouTube, right?
Hmm.
And you say he's going to school full time because it's not a part time school. How in the hell, even if it's in walking distance, how in the hell are you going to do full time school, which is like a job, and then full time YouTube, which is like a whole nother job? And with YouTube, there's definitely a lot more work at it the way he was going at it at the time. In order to set up all the people on all his live streams, on a Monday through Friday, plus have the Sunday Rumbles, right?
Hmm.
And do a few pre records here and there. There's just no way that you had the time to study. It just wasn't feasible. And he claims that he was only living off of like anywhere from 2 to 4 hours of sleep. But he admitted on another time, like years later, that he got about 7 to 8 hours of sleep every day. And he talked about his schedule on what time he goes to sleep, what time he wakes up, in some interview on somebody else's panel a long time ago. So it's like he's got conflicting timelines as well as conflicting information about when he's actually going to school and studying in conjunction with doing YouTube and how much sleep he's going to get. To me, he was falling behind because he was making the money on YouTube. He got addicted, and he wasn't going to turn back. And basically, he just stayed in Poland for as long as he could. And he says he loves Poland. The only reason he's not in Poland is because the war in Russia and Ukraine is just too close. If that wasn't happening, he'd still be staying in Poland right now.
Okay. So now I have this guy here, NYC the future. These guys are talking about him. You remember, I don't know, in the past, we talked about his issue uh, where he had a borderline issue with a girl in the Dominican Republic, and it looks like something else is coming up that is troubling. Now, I don't have the full details. I just found this video. I'm going to see if it covers it. I'll play a little bit of it. But if you know it, when I pause, you can give us a breakdown of what the story is. Or if you want to do that before the video, let me know which one you think is better. Maybe give us a general view of what is happening.
Is that you talk about today at Razor Rays?
Yeah, for NYC the
Oh,
future.
okay. So somebody a while ago said something in the comments that he was over at Razor Rays. I went over there, and there's this chick that speaks only Spanish. Her name is Lucy. She said that her younger sister, who at the time that met up with Future was 15 going on 16, and there was a guy that was also on the panel that was able to interpret and speak to her while she was talking with her sister on the phone on the other end. So, according to the sister, yes, he had sexual relations with her younger sister of 15. She's now 17, allegedly pregnant. Not saying it was by him. And then I left and I came back like probably about 20 minutes ago just to kind of see what was going on. Some guy is on there saying and arguing the point that, well, Lucy and her sister both lied to Future, and his problem was he didn't check their IDs, so it's their fault because they didn't tell him that they weren't 18 years of age.
This was in the DR.
This is in the DR. Yep.
Okay, and
It's something that obviously if Razor Rays leaves it up, which I think he will, you have to go back and see it. But just from what I was hearing for like that 20 minutes is Future sounds very suspect, and it sounds like he admitted to having these relationships with that young girl. But then this other guy was defending Future, saying because they lied to him, he's not at fault for not knowing how old they are.
man, if you're a pedo, you're a pedo, bro. If
Right.
you did borderline, there's no excuse. That's what they don't understand. There's no excuse. If you date women that are questionable, there's why are you checking IDs? In my history, I didn't date any women where I had to check their IDs because you could tell they were old enough.
Right.
So if you're borderline, then then that means that's just who you are. It's not the woman's fault. That's why the law protects them because they are 15. I
Right.
mean, the way these guys are moving, I was not surprised, man. Let me see if this video. He apparently he responded. So let's see.
So if the mother is saying a different age, like, you know what I'm saying? That's just common sense. I don't know what's the truth or whatever, but come on, man. Like, y'all gotta stop it, bro. Everything's about money. It's always been about money with her. Like, I don't know what y'all talking about that. Yeah, why you think that, what she said? Something like that? That she was trying to, see, I don't want to talk too much with him, man, because, I mean, shout out to the YouTube, man. We ain't gonna talk too much about this problem, man. It's not really a problem because it's cap, but, what she was saying, I forgot what she was saying. She was saying about, oh, yeah, they were trying to blackmail. Bro, you know how many times I ignored her phone call? If anybody knows me, bro, I ignore basically everybody's phone call. And now that I just got my Thailand wifey, she was mad upset that I'm ignoring, I'm not sending her no money and stuff like that. You think if somebody really got something to blackmail, bro, that you will make sure that you pay her every single time that you got. But nobody's taking two and two together. I've been ignoring her for a week. She's hitting me up. I sent her the $20 last week, whatever, because all right, good. Good looking out for you, be on my live on the last fundraiser. Then she hit me up and says, yo, I want another 25 or something like that. Either 25, 50. I said, I don't have it. Then she got upset and whatever, blah, blah, blah. Then come today, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Then she messages me after she gets off the live with them. And yeah, we were gonna hold that if we hear anything else, man. Trust me, man. The receipts is here. You hear me? And like it is what it is, man. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. People just believe anything. Just because I have hate, I don't have hatred for nobody. But just because you have differences with somebody, you're not gonna stoop this low. Like it's sad, bro. It is. And then another sad thing I heard though too, bro, is like the other girl that she was with. I don't know if y'all remember this, man. The timeline. The other girl, I didn't know. I think I wasn't listening to it not that well, but somebody was telling me that the other girl was saying that I was with her first before Lucy. It's cap. Like, yo, Bando is the one that brung her to the stream one day, man. I don't know if people remember that. Bando is the one that brung that girl to the stream. So what's all this like? Come on, bro. Like, yo, y'all gotta stop with the cap, bro. Like, for real, man. The lies, like whatever y'all want to believe, man. But trust and believe, man. They are money thirsty. And that's all I'm gonna say about that, man. Like I'm just ignoring all that. Like I'm just gonna talk about it like that. Probably put this on members, man. But yeah, y'all crazy, bro. Y'all not really like thinking though, for real, for real. Let me see what people talking about.
These guys, they have to. You think they're gonna have to? They have to stop this behavior, bro. Like this dude is 40. What is it? 42 years old.
I was just about to ask, how old is he? He sounds old, but he sounds young or he's attempting to sound young at the same time. If that makes sense.
Man, they got to stop this, man. See, and the guys that fund this, you know, like these cash apps that go to idiots like this, they don't know they're destroying their own image, and they turn around and make it sound like I am their problem. You know, I mean, this guy is not in Africa, so I mean, I don't have much of an interest in it. That's why I don't really cover him. I'm usually more concerned about the dudes that are in Africa, right? So if you're not in Africa, you're not really on my radar like that. But this shit has to stop. And I heard him talk about going to Nairobi, man.
Yeah, with Rillo after Brazil.
Okay, yeah, well, we might join them on that trip this time. I guess we might join them on the trip and make it interesting because somebody has to learn, right? And I think these dudes, you have to teach them a certain way for them to back off. So one of these trips is not gonna end well for them. So let them keep trying, man. That's all I'm gonna say, right? Let them keep trying. Yeah, that's what I heard. But I think we were gonna go to Nairobi too. So let me know. Y'all let me know when they set the date so that I can also book my ticket. Yeah, because the last few ones I only hear after they've arrived. Nobody tells me before they leave. So this time around, let me know before they leave so that I can also go. I can also be on that trip. I can be on
Yeah,
that trip because I wanna go on that trip. Salute to you, Kava.
Hey guys,
How you doing, bro?
I'm good.
Yeah,
How you guys doing, man?
good, bro. Welcome.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to come in and make a few words. So oh shit, I don't understand. So he's going after Falcon now, right? What the guy name that he's going after? Is he another African
Yeah,
guy?
yeah. He's an African guy from
Liberia,
Liberia,
right?
a Liberian
Yeah,
guy. But he grew. I think he was born and raised here.
yeah. He's a smart guy. He sounds very, very eloquent.
Yeah.
Um, what O'Shea is doing is, I think he's the biggest grifter I have ever seen in my life. You remember the beginning of COVID, that was the time that I started hearing about this guy. And he used to destroy his own African American community, especially black women. He would talk a lot of negativity about black women, how they live, how they are making a lot of babies, and those kids in the street and killing each other. He was one of the guys that would be talking about that, right? And
yeah,
then
he's
he will connect with some this guy that used to come from Atlanta that passed away. That
Kevin Samuels.
yeah, it was one of his mentors. He will follow this guy and he will be talking a lot of shit about his own communities. And now he's not making no money in that anymore. People are not listening to him. All he's doing now is going after Africans, and from there, when he start failing again, he will look for another topic and be talking about that. I think it's nothing about grifter. I've not seen someone that's so greedy and grifting like O'Shea Jackson. He's even more dangerous than this other kid. What is his name?
Austin.
Austin. Yeah, I think O'Shea is a very dangerous guy. He is, and we need to find all means to get him out. You know.
Well, Kaba,
Uh,
he's got a third mentor that he looks very very highly up to, and allegedly he died a few years back from COVID in Canada. But he's from Chicago. This
mhm.
he's an actual convicted pimp from Chicago. Been all over the United States doing the pimp game. His name is Sinful the P, and I've got some videos I'm going to share with Nana. I think I shared it with you before, but if you want to get to the mindset of who O'Shea wants to really emulate, it's that guy because he loved the way he talked. He loved his philosophy about how to handle women, and he loved his philosophy about how he talked about money and the game. This is the guy out of anybody that I've ever seen that he gave more respect to than the other two people that you mentioned, and is a pimp. And
Wow.
he was also on one episode of Cops in Arizona with a 14-year-old that he was pimping out in a hotel room. The same guy. And he went to court, and his case is on court. It's on YouTube about the 14-year-old, and he was saying in court that okay, just kind of like Future, she lied to me. She didn't tell me she was underage, and I had no idea, so I'm a victim. This is Simple to P
That's
in court
disgusting.
saying this. Yeah, I'm gonna share that with you, Nana, because this is O'Shea's buddy.
Wow. Yeah, this guy, he's just a selfish guy. He just using his own community, using everybody to make money. I think that's what he's doing. I remember, today I was watching one of his old videos. He was talking about black women. How is better to marry white women and leave black women, or black women are making, having kids from different men, and producing a lot of ghetto kids, and those kids will go and start killing people in the street. This is the old shit I used to talk about that. And now he's the protector for our same communities, you know.
Yeah, he was gender warrior.
And you're right. And he Probably he was not making money in those video anymore, and now he's going after Africans, right? Oh, I think he's nervous right now. He's kind of nervous because your channel is growing, and it seems to be that you're doing extremely well. So and you probably assume you wanted a target for him. You know,
Oh, I'll find stuff, man. I'm gonna even if I have to go to Uganda, bro.
yeah.
I got time for these fools, man. If I can take Oshay Duke Jackson down,
Oh
that'll
my
be
God, you
enough.
don't know how people will appreciate you, my man.
Oh
I'm
man.
telling you, man. And then the good thing about your stuff again, you are not like the ordinary YouTuber. It looks like you are really informed. For the fact that you were able to go into public record and show Austin
Yeah.
SBA. I heard Austin talking about that. He said this dude when it took about
My
new
VPN loan.
application.
Yeah. I have it. I have it right here if he wants me to share it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, man.
That was so good, man. That's how you would think that education is very important when you come in this country, right?
Yeah, man. If it's public information, I'll find it, bro.
So I mean in the last one that I saw recently, he and his mom exchanging war like a kid. Like I was like, what type of family this guy came from? At least I
Bro.
had a little bit of respect for him. But when I hear his mom calling him nigga, I was like,
Mm-hmm.
oh my God.
Calling him Dusty, nigga, get out of my house.
What kind of family this guy came from? Oh my God, I thought you came from some decent family.
No.
And he talking about,
All these
oh
guys
my
on
God.
the internet, they have the same backgrounds, bro.
Yeah, man.
MTR, O'Shea, Austin
Wow.
Holloman, all of them same backgrounds, man.
Wow.
Unstable homes, uh, either raised by their moms alone, abusive
Right.
dads. Austin and O'Shea similar backgrounds, abusive dads. The dad used to whoop the mom.
Please bring O'Shea Uno to stop. Let us do know his family background too. I mean, Austin, I was feeling so sorry for him. His mom was he was like exchanging war with his mom, like his girlfriend. I was like, what? Oh my God.
Yeah,
That was that was
the O'Shea background, I have all of it. I was supposed to do it the last time, and I took it off because I thought he made a deal, and then I came back. I was like, "Oh, this guy is an idiot, man. I
yeah,
should have dropped that shit." I am going to drop it.
yeah, please. Wow.
I'm just saving the best for last because I know he's gonna try. He did this video 2 days ago, and then he brought up some guys that nobody has heard of. But clearly
Mm-hmm.
the video was about me, but he won't he's scared, man. He just picked some dudes up that nobody has heard of just to
Wow.
make the video. Like he was talking about those guys. It's like,
Wow.
okay, well, at least I understand you're not trying to pick a fight. That's why he's going on people's channels and doing all this. You see, he's doing a lot of media rounds. He's going around and talking to people.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
He's doing so that those people don't criticize him. So he's kind of doing them a favor
Right.
so that it's like he's helping them with their content for an easy, so that they go easy on him.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, Nana, you're right. You're right about that because anytime throughout the last 9 years or so, anytime he has an outburst like that, no matter what the subject is, and people are going in on him, he'll start visiting everybody's channels and doing what he's doing now. That's his MO.
Wow.
He always does that.
Yep. I mean, look at the Flacco thing. It was just being hateful, man. Like it absolutely hateful. Taking a shot at the guy because the guy is doing well,
Yeah.
and the guy's audience is Black America. That's the only reason why he's doing this.
And Godfrey too. Actually, Flanco, he and I are from the same country anyway, but I don't even know him. But he's not saying anything bad at all. But I'm glad that he's not responding to O'Shea too, which is good.
He did respond on a live stream, but
Oh, you
that's
did? Okay.
yeah. But he did. Maybe I can. I think I have the video. I can play it. Yeah.
Nana, you should really connect with that guy, Flanco. You should really try to, you guys should.
Yeah. Oh man. If If I get exposed to Flacco, I think my channel will blow up. Well, but a lot of his audience won't stay because he panders to the black guys, you know.
Right. And that foreign lady too. That foreign lady, you should try to make sure you bring.
Oh, that one is a star, bro.
Yeah, she's good. She's really good. I mean, you guys have a similarity. I think you'll get really well along with with that girl, with that lady, compared to Franco. You know, I mean, your show is a lot of things that you say. She say the same thing. You know,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
she's good.
You guys will get along pretty well. You know, and I like her energy level too. You know, so yeah. Well,
Marlene, I think her name is Marlene. Oh, she's good, bro.
yeah, but that Austin video that was really really funny. Then in that movie, I was feeling so sorry for him, man. Could you imagine? And this is your home, and you can. I think this is the reason why he can come to America, right? Where he going to stay, and then his mom need cash, you know. You know, and mom, if he's not giving money to her, that's going to be a problem for him. I was feeling so sorry for him. I don't, he had nowhere to go. The mom was saying, "Don't bring your ass in this house here, nigga." I
Bro,
was like, "What kind of family is this?"
you saw how what is guys is this guy? This guy is. I don't usually agree with this guy. He's an African guy.
Now your audio for some reason is going way down.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, a little bit down.
How about now?
a little better.
Yeah, yeah. And one
Is
other
it more?
Haitian guy too. He's really good. I can't remember his name. I listened to one of his video this morning. He's really good again. He's already all what shit, you know. I think he's from Haiti.
Oh, this guy.
Oh, I don't know him, but I heard him speaking this morning.
Okay.
He was even saying the same thing that you were saying. You were talking about Flacon, you were talking about O'Shea, how who he was before, you know.
Kaba, you talking about Neferkari Dessalines?
Yeah, yeah, I think he's the one. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, he's good.
Yeah,
I
he's a
watch his
good guy.
videos.
Yeah, yeah,
Quick video. I want to talk about Oshay
yeah,
Duke
yeah.
Jackson,
This guy.
Poetic Flacco. And
Yeah,
Oshay, I want to brand Oshay with a name that I like to call. Oshay is the first Pan-African tether. We have to, tag that on him. Oshay is what I call the Pan-African tether. And I'm going to explain what I mean later on in the video. But, recently I've seen
yeah.
Oshay make a series of videos on Poetic Flacco. And I want to give my thoughts and my opinion on the situation. And not wasting no time, let's get into some of these clips and let's go.
Before we get this video started, if you want to learn how I made $142,000 from YouTube this month, join my community by clicking the link in the description. That's where I give you guys all the tools to grow on YouTube and make money, as well as offer you guys the opportunity to make videos with me.
So I believe here at this point, this guy is using his income. He's showing, I make this certain amount of money on YouTube. First of all, Poetic Flacco, when he was doing YouTube by himself in 2020, 2021, couldn't get any traction, right? The other channels that Poetic Flacco has can't get any traction. The reason why this channel works is because Poetic Flacco was on No Jumper for 2 to 3 years. And he is a good commentator, but he's a commentator because he got a leg up.
All right, we back. So clearly in that video, you saw Oshay. He took an issue with Poetic Flacco offering some services outside of YouTube, consultations for upcoming content creators on how you could become as successful as him in the content space. Obviously, Poetic Flacco, definitely one of the most successful black men in the content space currently right now. He's on a tear. He's on a generational run, as you can see just by his recent videos that he put up on YouTube. Take a look up on the screen. 4 hours ago, 38,000 views. 15 hours ago, 37,000 views. 18 hours ago, 89,000 views. 21 hours ago, 82,000 views. 1 day ago, 49,000 views. 1 day ago, 71,000 views. 2 days ago, 80,000 views. 2 days ago, 99,000 views. 2 days ago, 70,000 views. 2 days ago, 70,000 views. 3 days ago, 110,000 views. 3 days ago, 92,000 views. So as you can see, very successful in the content space, in the media space. Now, the only logical reason I can see that Oshay has a problem with Poetic Flacco, it has to be on a basis of tribalism. It has to be because Poetic Flacco is from Liberia, I believe. It's because he's from West Africa. That is the reason why Oshay has a problem with what he's doing, because when it was Kevin Samuels doing the same exact thing, offering consultations, and his consultations was, oh, I'm gonna
help the women get a husband. You know, some janky nonsense like that. You know, rest in peace to Kevin Samuels, but you know, he was selling homosexual services. But either way, women were coming out of pocket. I think it was like $1,000 for like an hour or something like that. Very expensive consultations that Kevin Samuels was selling to the ladies. And Oshay Duke Jackson had no problem with that because I believe because Kevin Samuels come from the same ethnic group. He come from the same tribe. So Oshay Duke Jackson had no problem with Kevin Samuels doing the same exact thing, right? Selling consultations. Oh, I can help you get a husband. I can help you learn how to dress. I can help you become a content creator. Kevin Samuels was doing the same exact thing, and Oshay Duke Jackson never made a single video against that. But I think it's because of the tribal affiliation, the ethnic affiliation, because Poetic Flacco come from a different group. So now we have a problem with it. Now we have an issue with it. Right. And also, Oshay Duke Jackson said Poetic Flacco had a leg up because of his affiliation with No Jumper. But we could say the same thing for Oshay Duke Jackson because you had a very close affiliation with Kevin Samuels, who without a doubt at one point in time was the hottest name on YouTube, right? Period. The hottest name on social media at that time, and that was your close friend. You had him on speed dial, right? And he was always giving you the shout out. And you was always making videos on Kevin riding his wave. So you had the biggest leg up out of all content creators on YouTube, right? Because you was riding the Kevin Samuels wave back when you was on the gender war grift, right? Before the days of the FBA grift, before the days of the Pan-African grift, before you became a Pan-African tether, you were a gender warrior. It was the black woman this, the black woman this. The reason why it's raining today is because the black woman. The reason why I caught a flat tire is because the black woman. The reason why my clothes shrunk in the dryer is because of the black woman. The black woman, the black woman, the black woman. But now in the modern day, you swapped out the black woman for the black immigrant, right? A lot of y'all did that, right? A lot of content creators, like a certain lady that I'm not going to mention her name, she used to be, oh, the black man this, the black man this. The reason why the world is going terrible is because of the black man. And now she swapped out the black man for the Nigerian or the Caribbean or the tether this, the tether that. A lot of y'all simply just geared your gender war nonsense garbage content to a different lane. Now it's, oh, the black immigrants. Now it's the tethers. Now it's the Caribbeans. Now it's the Africans, the Nigerians. But 10 years ago, it was the black woman, the black woman, the black woman, the black man, the black man, the black man, right? But now, because that type of content kind of died out, right? That kind of content is not really, you know, drawing the numbers and drawing the traffic. Now you switch lanes to a different arena, but it's all good. We understand anyway. Like I said, you talking about grift. This is the biggest grift I ever seen. A lot of y'all gender war grifters simply became diaspora war grifters, right? A lot of y'all, Oshay Duke Jackson, Minister Jap. I even seen Angry Man hopping on that wave. Angry Man, night and day, the black woman, the black woman, the black woman, the black woman. Now all of a sudden I heard the other day, Angry Man, oh, the Africans, the Africans, the Africans. Listen, a lot of y'all just a bunch of clowns, right? Clown content creators, garbage content creators, looking for the next hustle, looking for the next topic that's gonna drive traffic, man. When this grift dies out, y'all gonna fade into oblivion, fade to black, fade to darkness. Y'all gonna be forgotten about. Y'all provide nothing to the ecosystem. Garbage content, trash content, always hopping from wave to wave to wave, hopping from trend to trend to trend. Anyway, let's continue. Tethered come in who mimic black Americans, do so because they benefit from the institutions and the structures while gaining everything and giving nothing.
He's right, you know.
But this phrase has been widely accepted as a racial slur. And there are a few people who are unhappy about it.
Now, they will say that tether is an actual description of an immigrant who come here to cosplay as a black American. That's what they will say.
Now, this is Poetic Flacco, and it's important to understand that he is laying out the basis of the definition as given by Tariq Nasheed or those who are in the online Twitter community or X community about FBA. But he would use a rebuttal by doing this.
But then they say tether hairline. Oh, tether babble. Tether this, tether that, right? Like you wouldn't say tether hairline if it was not a racial slur, right? If it was a description for somebody who come here and cosplay as a black American, then like you would use it as it's defined. The minute you start to use it outside of the actual definition and description, it then becomes a racial slur because you're using it to dehumanize somebody.
Now, I want to jump into the next part of my video of why I labeled Oshay as a Pan-African tether, right? I'm sure many of y'all never heard that term before. I coined it like 45 minutes ago. And I think he fits all the criteria, right? Somebody who's cosplaying as somebody that he's really not. He's perpetrating a fraud. He's trying to attach himself to acquire personal benefits, even though he's not really about that life for real. In his heart of heart, he's really a tribalist, right? He don't even got love for his own women. So of course he can never have true love for the greater community.
The problem I have with Oshay, who keeps calling himself a Pan-African, is that he continues to brand Pan-Africanism as a negative thing, seemingly every time he gets an opportunity, which is odd for somebody calling himself a Pan-African.
But Pan-Africanism is the ideology. It's not, like, I think sometimes, how am I gonna put this? I think what happens sometimes when we make these things like overarching groups, we're calling out groups instead of individuals. A lot of the times we end up with what we got going on in the chat, because in the chat, there's a whole bunch of back and forth, tether this, tether that, like, what it leads to online. It becomes not just, oh, we're having the individuals talk about value and X, Y, and Z. It turns into this weird malice between groups and tribalism, and this group is better because we bring more to the table. And this is the thing that annoys me the most.
Exactly. That's the intent. Instead of addressing individuals, you attack groups that create these us versus them conversations. All right, we back. Now, like I said before, when Oshay Duke Jackson came up on the scene, there were various rebrands that he did, right? When he first came on the scene, he was a black conservative grifter. He wanted to get in the Brandon Tatum, Anthony Bryan Logan lane. That was his original grift, right? He never made it big like Anthony Bryan Logan or Brandon Tatum or any of the conservative con men, right? Then he rebranded himself into the black manosphere. I hate the black woman. I love other races of women. That was the grift for a few years, the gender wars, the red pill grift. Of course, that died out. Nobody cares about that anymore. They had to switch lanes.
Black men and white women. When black men go to white women and date them, I'm not saying this is not true all the time, but on average, just like when you deal with black businesses or black communities, a lot of times the treatment in which you get in the white establishment might be a little bit better than you get in the black establishment, which is why you might go there and patronize it. That also might be the same for a lot of black men. When they get with a white woman, they feel that she's going to be a little bit more catering to him.
Things that's great about some white women that black women don't talk about. White women be talking about building and growth. They talk about stocks. They talk about money, moving money, making money.
Black women do it to themselves. That black women are making bad decisions with their health, with their sexual choices, in their sexual preferences, what they do with men, what they do to themselves. Can you silence the out of wedlock births? Can you silence the criminals in the streets that single mothers produce? Can you silence the STDs that are prevalent amongst black women?
And we know that there's a big problem right now with black men and black women getting along. Are foreign women better for American men?
All right, we back. And the same.
So these people, they know that quote unquote the tethers are just metrically much better than them. If you look at it on a metric, on a scale, every data point will point to that, right? They are aware of it. And I think this is why, just like how black women were doing better than them, because a lot of black women got jobs and went to college, right?
Yep.
And didn't get into relationships with them. It
Yep.
frustrated them, and they didn't like that the women had so much power and now they had money. And now they're bringing their attention to us because, first of all, we're not really on the internet. We're working jobs, right? 2 jobs, 3 jobs. We're hustling. We have responsibilities at home. We're sending money home. We're trying to help a sibling. We're trying to help fund little things at home, helping people out. So the black immigrant is occupied with a lot of things, right? We're doing so many things. I'm sure all of you on the panel, some of you are building homes somewhere. Some of you have paid some school fees this morning for
Yep.
a relative. The black immigrant is always preoccupied with work here and support back home. This is the life we've lived here for all these years, right? So they know very well that we're not paying attention, right? Because we are very busy and we don't have the time to push back. Then they start to hear a little bit of pushback from Afridamos, Chaotic, and then now me. There's maybe about 3 channels occasionally that will talk about their issues. And what do? They're going around this week equating me to Tariq Nasheed. What I'm talking about is not even close to what Oshay is talking about. Right? What do you think there, Kaba?
What? So they equating you to Tariq Nasheed?
Yeah. They said I'm the, and this was a Pan-African guy that said that. He said, I am the new Tariq Nasheed.
What?
Because I called him out because he told black immigrants to go home, and this guy is supposed to be a Pan-African. He said we should go home and develop our countries, and that's a Pan-African saying that.
Wow. But you see, Nana, I think what really helping you and when you look at the time, I mean, I just started knowing you a few months ago, right? To see the level of the way that you're growing, and I've heard people talking about you Africans specifically, they really love what you're doing. And you're growing with a steady rate, right? It's not easy to grow to this level right now. And then and also you have a lot of information. You know how to get your information, right? It's not like you calling people. You use internet, you use your knowledge, you use your education to get a lot of information on those guys. And that hurting them a lot. That's a big win for you. For them, I don't know their educational level to get information like the way you do, right? And they thought you are just some kind of ordinary African that they can just you know you like that. But for the fact that you were able to get Austin and PPP loan application, oh my God, that was a big plot. I mean, everybody was telling me that. I said, yeah, this guy seems to be a smart. This guy's a real Ghanaian, right? So, you know, and I give you credit for that, right? Because this is the guy that was saying that you were earning 6 figures, he had 2 barber shop, and then for us to go and see that you making only $48,000
48,000, yeah.
cleaner salary, that hurt him a lot, you know. Right. And also, I don't even know how you were able to get that video of he arguing with his mom. Who does that? Who the normal? I mean, and sometimes they don't even think they don't even have any problem with that. For the fact that he arguing with his mom and his mom continue to call him nigga, don't bring your ass in his house. Go away. You know, man, you're a genius, man. I really give you credit, man. I'm telling you, man. Yeah, I mean, you just started YouTube, but for you to get all these resources and the way you analyze their video too, you know when whether they are struggling or not, you were able to get all of that, right? And that comes with a lot of knowledge and education, right? And especially the other guy, what his name? Is that Dragon Blood?
Yeah, KF and Dragon, yeah.
Yeah. These guys too. They are very, very smart. The other guy that just spoke, he really know about O'Shea. He really know about him, and he said that he took O'Shea to Uganda, bro. That was the biggest mistake. This is just something that you created for us,
I'm
and you
sorry.
have to
I'm
fight to
sorry.
get this
I didn't
fixed.
know this was going to happen. I should have listened to my gut.
Yeah,
But
you
next
you
week Sunday is my first reaction as to why he's in Africa. So stay tuned next Sunday. That's
yeah,
when it's going to
please.
start.
Please. And
All right.
also, and one day, do you know how I was able to know that Austin is lying? Because I go to Kenya all the time. I have apartment over there. As a foreigner, in order for you to start business in Nairobi, you need at least $200,000. The only type of business that you can do in Nairobi is to buy apartment, right? And to buy apartment is a 3 year or payment plan, right? If you go, you do the groundbreaking and you engage yourself into the apartment and you start paying for it until after within 3 years time when you finish the project, then you pay off the balance. That's the only chance of you opening business over there. And even when you get an apartment, you have to put it on rent, right? You rent it out on furnish or give it to people that run Airbnb. So that's what I did in Nairobi. And then I will tell you this: it's very easy to get West African passport, but to get Nairobi passport, it's like a pulling your teeth. It's not easy. Nah. I've
Oh,
seen a French guy married to a Kenyan, and they have kids together. This guy been fighting to get his paper for the past 20 years. Up to this time, he haven't get his residency.
oh
You know,
wow.
yeah, it's not easy to get a Kenyan passport. Nah. In West Africa, in Ghana giving everything. But in Kenya, nah. So for him, for him to even go as far as knowing that this guy is a scammer, he's scamming people. How were you able to know that if you have not lived in Nairobi, if you have not decided to open business over there, right? So you do your research, you get your information right, and that's how you were able to discover his scam. And now he's embarrassed, he's ashamed to take the scam down.
Yeah. Let me check. You know he ran away, right? He's somewhere in Asia now.
Right. So in somewhere in Malaysia.
Yep. You see, the money hasn't gone up since the last live stream we did. The same. Let me check it real quick. The money hasn't gone up since that time. It's died, and the last two donors were activists. 19 days ago
Right.
was a donor. I think that was an activist that came here, and then 9 days ago, he hasn't gotten any
Well,
donation ever since that time. It's just dead. He's just waiting
right.
to cash out and
Right.
just
Right.
move on.
And now his girlfriend Z, he had nowhere where to put Z right now because he can't bring her in America. When he bring her in America, she will run away, she will go away. He knows that very well.
Oh yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
Oh, she will leave quickly.
Julie, and I mean, one of the passport bro, yeah, I don't know, one of their friends too brought this girl. The girl left her and went to one of her former boyfriend, a white guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you heard about that
Oh
guy,
yeah,
right?
that Kenyan guy. Yeah, the Kenyan one.
Yeah. He running out of money, and then he and this girl were living in the ghetto somewhere. Because if you paying like, let us say, if you're paying $200 for apartment in a part of Nairobi, that's a ghetto, right? And that's like a middle class lifestyle, right? So he went to Mombasa, he opened business, and I think the business collapsed, and he was running out of money, and he came back to Nairobi, so he was paying $200 rent, and then he brought a girl here, right? I think the girl left him with his baby and go to this white guy. So they all know all these girls. Then they just want to come here. Once they come, that's it. Do well. So he know when he brings ZZ is no more for him. You know.
Oh yeah,
So
she's gonna run off.
she,
AC, welcome to the show. You're here, right?
Hey, peace, everybody.
What's up, bro?
I'm good. I'm just listening in. I'm not FBA or direct African lineage, but with the smoke against Austin, I'm in agreement with that for the most part. I think he's running a scam with this Kenyan barbershop thing. But as it pertains to Oshay Duke Jackson, he's not a perfect person, but he's been in Uganda for several years. He's hired people there. He's probably with the Chamber of Commerce in Kampala. Like, he's doing things behind the scenes. I don't agree with everything he says up front, but you know what, Nana Kwaku, big up to you to a certain extent. You're doing well for yourself, I'd imagine, in the United States. You have good education, etc. You have a family. But how you're presenting things objectively, I'm Jamaican descent in Canada. I'm Afro-Caribbean. And most of my homeboys are West African descent too, right? Like, it's different up here in Canada from the United States.
Right.
That being said, yeah, everybody's educated here. We got money. Canada's very expensive. Toronto is much more expensive than Austin, Dallas, Houston, or San Antonio, right? All my homeboys here, good education, Caribbean, West African descent. We're all doing well for ourselves. Everybody gets along. The energy in the United States is different. And in the UK, it could be a bit different too, I guess. But, when I look at what Oshay Duke Jackson as an individual is doing in Uganda, I don't see that much of a big deal, relatively speaking. I mean, you have the presidents of sub-Saharan Africa, and even in the Caribbean, any black-dominated country in general is producing poor leadership across the board. There's something wrong, right? And now we're having all this smoke for Oshay Duke Jackson to an extent. Even Afro Think Tank, I saw you go at him. These brothers are not doing anything insidious necessarily, right? Like, look at what the governments of West Africa are doing as an example, surrounding the AES countries. No one's saying anything about that. Big up to Toontum Network. That's one of your compatriots. He's in Ghana. He's in Accra. He's very good channel. Very, very on point. I like that brother. But like, you bringing all this smoke to these guys who don't move the needle in a big sense is like a waste potential of your efforts. You're a sharp guy in general. I think you have a mathematics or scientific background, right? Like, you can do a lot of good things for yourself and to help blacks across the board uplift themselves. But this smoke against Oshay Duke Jackson or Afro Think Tank is not necessary. That's just my 2 cents. And again, I'm in the middle here. I'm being objective here. Jamaican descent, like, Jamaica's not doing anything major because it's being run by Jamaicans too. I'm being honest, right? Like, there's something about black dominated cultures today, not historically, but today, where we're not producing good leadership and management. We're not, relatively speaking, despite all our potential. And again, we have smoke for these guys, Oshay Duke Jackson, but Caucasians have been going, East Asians, South Asians, and they're just buying up things, sleeping with the prettiest women. They've been doing it for decades and centuries. No one says anything. Now, the passport bros, you can say they've, a portion of them have highlighted it, right? They put it on the internet, etc. So they're getting negative attention for it. But the white guys have been doing this for decades, and they're not going to stop, right? And so child traffic, I'm not going to use certain words for the protection of your channel here, Nana, but you know what I'm talking about in terms of how some of these ex-trafficking stuff work or whatever. But like, and crimes, etc. But yeah, man. I mean, I like I like that you're a sharp dude and whatnot. Big up to Ghana, but like Oshay Duke Jackson is not doing anything malicious or insidious to the extent that you're you're highlighting him. In my objective opinion, go ahead.
Okay, so you mentioned a few things. Let me know if you guys can hear me because I feel like I
Yeah,
was
yeah, we
speaking
hear
through
you.
some point.
Yeah, we hear you fine.
Okay, so let's address first of all
Mm-hmm.
the you mentioned a few things there. Okay, why we should focus on something else, right? There's more channels dedicated to, and I think the dynamics are very different between the US and Canada.
Correct.
You don't, I've been to Canada. One of my friends, actually, one of my homeboys did his PhD at Western. So I used to go to London, Ontario.
That's London, Ontario. Correct. Yeah.
Yep. So I'm very familiar with how the racial dynamics are north of us. That's not the same here in the US, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's this tension you are seeing is not only online. It is happening in practice. And my turning point was at the time when 3 Congolese sisters
Mm.
went to jail due to a setup from a black woman about a hair salon incident that she created a scene and didn't want to pay the amount that the ladies were asking of her,
Yep.
and they had to lock her. Like, these Africans didn't know that that was considered kidnapping if you close the door on them. And they went from people that were doing a business overnight, immigrant women from Congo, and with their mugshot on the screen on TV. And the only reason that happened was this lady was uh, indoctrinated online by all the boycotts and the things that were going on about African businesses here in the US. So now you're going to look at this and say, well, this is just 3 women. But these diaspora fights that you're seeing online has moved into boycotts of black businesses here in the US. It's also now caused these ladies to now go to jail. I think they're 7 a year or 2 years in jail, right? That gives them a criminal record. They may not ever be able to rebuild their business or get back. And the only reason that happened was they came into contact with somebody from the black community that has seen these Africans or have heard all these things about Africans. And these Africans were not suspecting this, and they allowed that to happen. So here's the thing. Immigrants, and I'm sure because of your background, we make money here, but we don't always spend all our money here. For the most part, we spend a lot of our money. I know friends, not directly, but I know stories of people that make money in the US, but spend more of their money overseas than they do in the US. They take care of families. They are responsible for the massive remittances that goes back home. So they are also contributing to the development of these countries. They're paying school fees, medical bills. When you start moving these diaspora wars into direct impact that affects what I consider my people, which is Caribbean people and African people, then some of us will have to talk about it because I live in this community, right? I live in the US. So it could be my business next. Luckily, I don't do any business that is connected to the black community. Most of my businesses are online businesses. So you won't know my race when you buy my product. But for these people that have African stores, Caribbean beef jerky stores, restaurants, they are all receiving all these negative effects, and it's affecting their business because some dude, Tariq Nasheed and his friends, have decided that they're going to grift off small incidences to enrich themselves to affect our communities, thinking that we're going to be timid, we're going to take a pro-black stance and not be able to push back. Now, of course, we are aware of problems in Africa, right? But there's other Africans that are dealing with that. There's enough YouTube channels that are going to deal with that, right? So I can only do one thing, which is pick a lane and try to pick out the problem spots and put a little bit of the same pressure that they're putting on my people on them. So this is actually very deliberate. It's not, I don't enjoy doing this, but I'm trying to give them something to think about. It's like a quiz that I keep throwing at them daily. Okay, well, if I call you this name, how does that make you feel? Or if I do this to you, how does that make you feel? It's all deliberate. I know exactly what I'm doing, right? It's all deliberate. It's calculated. It's designed to cause a bit of equal rage for them to start rethinking this. Because if we don't do this, they're gonna think we are so timid. They're gonna this thing. I watch these guys, right? Oshay, the Angry Men. I'm older. I'm about their age, so I've watched them on YouTube for the last decade. I watched them
Right.
doing the gender wars. I saw all these gender war channels grow. I've seen guys that had 10,000 subscribers, aka MTR, go up to almost 1 million subs over the last 7 years. I've seen it myself, bashing their own women. Literally, like, I've never heard a Caribbean guy or a Ghanaian guy just come out here and just like drop gems on their women for the whole world to see the way these guys do, right? And the gender wars did not go anywhere. This is why they started traveling overseas. And then when they went overseas, because they were not healed, they took these problems to Africa. And then they are saying, well, because the white folks are doing this and the Chinese folks are doing this, oh, then we can do it. We are not allowing the white folks to do it. That's the thing that they're failing to talk about. When the Russian guy went to Ghana, the Ghanaian government even tried to get him extradited from Russia, but who can extradite a Russian citizen? Nobody. Right? But at least they tried. And now our visas have gone online, so that they're going to have a lot more scrutiny for Europeans and whoever is traveling to Ghana. And the visa fee went up. It's now $250 to go to Ghana. Right? It's $250 to go to Ghana. So it's not that $30 they used to pay anymore. So maybe somebody is listening, right? Because I did say that. I said, you got to raise these visa fees to make it difficult for some of these guys to travel there. Ghana has done it. Whether it was me they listen to or not, that's fine, but it's done. It's not gonna solve all the problems, but it's gonna help out reduce some of the white guys that are going there to do these things. There's a lot of African, and KF is here, he'll tell you, there's a lot of Kenyan channels that are bashing Europeans that go to Mombasa to buy sex and do all that sex stuff. The black and white women that go to what do you call it, the Gambia, to do it to boys, because women are doing it too. I've done videos on women going to the Gambia to take advantage of Gambian boys. I don't. It's a lot easier to talk about AJ Rello or NYC The Future, because that's the ecosystem that I listen to. So that's easy information for me to access. I don't know these white YouTubers. I don't watch white YouTube like that unless I'm watching the news. So I'm not going to be looking and researching. And I'm a one-man show, right? I don't have 10 different researchers feeding me information. But when somebody brings it up and it's a good story, like the Russian story, I'll talk about it, right? But I'm not going to excuse somebody just because he's black.
Correct.
Or just because they're white. I'm just saying this bullshit is not is antithetical to our cultures. And if you're gonna do it, don't put it on camera. I don't want people to think that Ghana is the next Thailand, because that's what happens when they do that. Now, if you go there and you do your business and I don't see it, I don't care. I'm not a dick police. I'm not sorry for my French, but I'm not here to look at, to check what men are doing in their bedrooms. That's not my job. I'm just saying, if you go to Kenya and you're having a good time with the ladies, just enjoy your good time with the ladies. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want you to make $1,000 off of the fact that you're now telling people that Nairobi is the next sex hub. You're gonna create an image, right, of that country, if it's allowed to go on, like Colombia. You know, Colombia has gotten so bad that even if you go to Colombia for medical reasons, people think you're going there to buy sex. You know, and then I've been a victim of it because I do all my dental work in Colombia. And if I go over there, people, oh, he's in Colombia, because of the image that Colombia has made for itself. But nobody knows that it cost me $50 to get my braces adjusted versus a couple $1,000s here in the US, right? So sometimes the money talks, right? Like, okay, it's a lot cheaper to go over there to get it done at a professional price, but the country has a bad image. And with the same sex, then why do you think the Colombians are scoping people? They are scoping people because we are going there to buy sex. So we've fueled an underground criminal network because they know gringos are gonna come in there and pay for sex, right? So
Mm-hmm.
one small vice creates a bigger vice, and it makes it even unsafe for the local Colombians to live. And that's what is happening in, like in Accra when I was growing up, bro. And I'll be honest, we didn't even have petty theft on the streets. There were maybe pickpockets. Like one part of Accra called Circle had pickpockets, but outside of Circle, we didn't even have pickpockets in Accra.
Mm-hmm.
Well, nowadays people are snatching things, people are taking your gold watches. Why is that happening? Well, because after the year of return, Accra got too expensive. It priced the locals out. We brought all these foreigners in. We didn't have the infrastructure for them. They came in, they added to the economy, but they also made it so expensive. And when that happened, like it got so like kind of like what people talk about here, gentrification, right? It priced the locals out, and now the
Mm-hmm.
locals are frustrated with all the Americans that came in. I'm like, well, that's what you're gonna get, right? But it is what it is. Then now, finally, to answer your last part of the question, why O'Shea? Uh, I have a lot more information on O'Shea than the average person on the internet.
Hmm.
Like I have, and he knows it. Okay, Oshay Duke Jackson knows it. This is why he doesn't put me up in his videos. This is why he came here to look for a truth the last time, and I gave it to him. I went 3 months without talking about O'Shea. I don't know if you know that, but
Mm.
the last time I talked to O'Shea man to man, I even sent him an email follow up to say that I'm privating all the videos that I've made about him, and I did that. I went 3 months without making any videos about him. And what I told O'Shea was, and it's here, you can see it on the channel. I said, O'Shea, you are allowed to criticize Africa and their systems in Africa. You are allowed to point out the issues that you see on the continent. While pointing it out, you're allowed to provide certain solutions, because when you have a Western mind, you've grown up in the West, you have access to more information than the average Ghanaian or the
Mm-hmm.
average Ugandan. So don't take their plight and mock them with it, but take that plight and like as in a brotherly way and say, hey, okay, you guys are screwing up here, but this is how we can fix this, or this is what we need to do if really you care about that situation, right? And so I said, we are not fighting him because he's criticizing us. Man,
Mm.
there's a lot of YouTube videos that criticize Africa,
Mm-hmm.
including Africans, and we're not mad at it. Why is it that there's a universal, like universally most Africans are rejecting O'Shea in Ghana, in Uganda? They are rejecting him because of how he delivers the message. He went on a rant talking about people's noses, people's features. He makes the same thumbnail sometimes at Tariq Nasheed, showing people's bald hairs. He does all these things, like he does all these things as part of the way he messages it. And
Mm-hmm.
he gives the message as a gotcha, like, oh no, you guys, don't let me get there. Don't let me tell you about what they do within their families. How is that going to develop Uganda? That is moving the conversation from, oh, these are issues we need to address, versus, oh no, you thought these guys were good. No, come and see what they're doing. And he's doing it at an opportune time when there's big conflict, where he's a big player
Mm.
between FBAs and black immigrants. I just played a video of him 8 years ago talking about the black immigrant. So this thing didn't start today. Like I have a library of Oshay Duke Jackson videos that I go through and I sip through. I watch hours and hours of his material, so I understand his psyche. Why is
Mm.
he going after Flacco? He's going after Flacco just because he's African, and Flacco is winning with his community, which is Black American, and Flacco happened to be African. Talking about Black
Mm-hmm.
American issues, he's an African on code. He's an African that every Black American would like because he does Black American things. And that's why he has the support of a lot of Black people. But what does O'Shea do? Because they share a similar demographics of
Mm.
audience, O'Shea has dropped 10 videos on Flacco in the last 2 weeks. 10.
Mm.
Attacking his business practices, even though Black Americans that have bought his YouTube course have said those YouTube courses help them in their own content game. So this is a bully on the internet. This guy is bullying Flacco and forced Flacco to respond. I don't even know why he did, but this is the Oshay Duke Jackson that I know. If you look beyond the investment, I would say, you know what? There are some people that will bring you investments and you have to support them all the time. But if that investment comes with disrespect, you're better off not even taking it, because here's one thing I'll put to you. What percentage of Uganda's GDP comes from Oshay's content money? Even if you add the tricking, because a lot of that money goes to tricking, and I have the evidence, bro. If you add the tricking to it, it's not gonna make a dent in Uganda's economy.
Correct.
He's nothing. He's not the richest dude over there. There's people with real money. There are politicians that are sleeping on gold over there. I mean, I don't support how they got their money. It's foul.
Right.
But there are people with real dough in Uganda. I've been there, so I know. All those apartments he's renting, people own them. They are Ugandans that own them. So yes, everybody's contribution counts, right? So I'm not going to discount his contributions. But this is not a Pan-African. This is not a guy that is in Africa for Africa. He's in Africa to save money. That's all it is. It's very cheap to live there, bro.
I
If
know.
you know what you're doing, it's really, really cheap. Your money goes. If I've done this before, because during COVID, I would work from Africa. I work remotely. I've done this before.
I've lived in Kenya, so yeah, I know.
Bro,
Yeah, but so, okay, Nana, can I, if you don't
I'll
mind,
let
let
you
me
come
make
in real
a.
quick. I
Okay.
used to pay when I go home. My living expenses are usually under $300 a month, bro. And that would typically include eating out twice a week. $300 a whole month.
Wow.
And I used to tally because I usually have what do you call it? I have a budget. So I usually tally it out to see like if this is a strategy for me. That's all it cost me. That's in Zambia. When I go to Ghana, it's even much cheaper because in Ghana, I'm not in Accra. I'm like 2 hours outside of Accra. So my prices go way down, and I have solar there in Ghana, so I don't have electricity. I just I spend more money on internet than on food. Like, it's so cheap. So Oshay is saving money. That's why he's there. The guys that want to invest in Africa, they would have land, they'll have property, they'll have underground businesses. He's a content creator making money online like I'm doing right now, right? So it makes sense for him to live in Africa, but it's only to his advantage. Because if he's this frustrated about that place, bro, he'll be back home. How come he hasn't come back home, right? If he's that much frustrated with the Africans. This is a grift. And this is why I'm going to sum up here so that Kaba can come in. AC, this thing is a grift. I'm a YouTuber, so I know how this works, bro. This is all money. And I'm going to do a deep dive into his analytics. I'll go behind the paywall because I have ways of pulling all his YouTube data. It will not be accurate to the nearest 100, but it'll be close. And you're going to see a very huge decline in Oshay Duke Jackson's content. This is why he's pivoted to this grift. And he's doing it cautiously because he still lives in Africa. He's splitting places between Uganda and Nairobi because he's picking up a lot of enemies in Africa. And but like I said, if I go through the data and I finish all the exposing that I'm doing of this guy, all of you will understand that he had no good intentions coming into Africa. The guy has absolutely no good intentions. He's only there for himself. He doesn't care because right now the gender wars have died off. Nobody cares about Keisha with 7 kids anymore. This is the new money. The FBA grift that Tariq Nasheed came up with. Go and look at all the guys that created gender content. All of them. Go back and look at everyone from Angry Man. What's this guy's name? There's a guy, Dennis Perlin. All these guys, even very educated black people, Phil Scott, all of them have moved on to this grift. Do you mean to tell me all of them have an encounter with a black immigrant that didn't go well? No. They are doing this because it pays. This is what everybody's watching. They want to stir it up. And they are using me now. Why are they talking about a channel that only has 8,000 subs? Because they are trying to get counter clips of things that I've said to stir it up to say, oh, these immigrants say this. But they go back, they watch my videos, and I think it scares them because they don't like how I operate. Because the way I operate is I will look for any public information about you and put it out there. I'm going to put your character to test. So if you have something lingering and something out there, somebody will send me that information and I'm willing to put it out there. So they know how I operate is not decent. This is why all of them back off. Oshay never talks about me, right? Unless he's talking to somebody else, but he will never put it out there because he knows what I have. He knows. He came here. He knows exactly all the information that I have. And I'll put it out there. I'm not bullshitting. KF is here. I will put it out there at the right time. My channel is too small to put it out right now. I'm just waiting a little bit. When I get to 10,000, 11,000, I'll start dropping some of the things that I've discovered on this guy. It's ridiculous, bro. This guy is not what you guys are making him out to be. He took down all these videos and now he's going on all these interview rounds with his buddies on YouTube to create a good image of himself while taking no accountability. Say, oh, I'm learning. And finally, Kaba, excuse me, because this was a lot of questions.
Yeah, no
Afro
problem.
think tank issue. I've been friendly towards Afro think tank for a long time. I watch his content. I'm subscribed to his content, right? The reason I'm pushing back is because of what he said. Yeah, he said that they are the big bros, right? Which is kind of a narcissistic way to put it, to let you know that they are bigger than us Africans or Caribbean people. Okay, fine. If that's what he feels about his group, good for him. Then a few days later, he makes another video uh, breaking down why black immigrants will never go home, which was supposed to be a dig at me. Okay, I ignored that because he didn't mention my name. I said, no big deal. Then he goes on another thing where he starts to say, calls me a xenophobe, and then says that he did. He said he repeated the same talking points that Phil Scott and Tariq Nasheed and all these guys have been saying, that we need to go back home and fix our countries, right? That's the Pan Africans don't talk like that to other black people, even if you are mad. And if you do, you apologize. But he didn't, which is, that tells me that's what he always believed. So in my eyes, Afro Think Tank, I don't care how many good videos he's done, he's not any different from Oshay. And this transition happened after Oshay had a conversation with him. He even made a whole 13-minute video praising Oshay, knowing all the things Oshay has done. And his excuse was that Oshay does Pan-African things underground. So that's good enough to give him a pass, even if he's gonna shit on the other tribe. So this thing is tribal. That's what I mean. Like I said, you're in Canada, so you don't see this play out. We are experiencing this stuff, right? And we just have to give it proportionally onto this stuff, because I know them. If we don't stop, this grift will go on for another 2 or 3 years, and it'll cause a lot of distraction to black immigrants here in the U.S. until maybe somebody does something criminal, and then they'll all flee from it. Like when somebody goes and kills a black immigrant because of this FBA nonsense, it will happen at some point, right? Because I also get threats. So somebody will get killed in this. And that's when all of them will back off, because they don't believe in this stuff that they're talking about. They're just saying it because it pays the bills right now. Okay. That's all I got to say. Go ahead there, Kaba.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much, Nana. AC, thank you very much for coming. One thing we all agree is that Nana is a very smart guy. I believe right now he's probably one of the smartest person on internet. I don't go on people's show, right? We all doing things for ourselves. We all live in the West. But I will tell you this. O'Shea is the most dangerous person that we'll ever have in Africa. I will tell you this. Nana is still discovering O'Shea. I've seen O'Shea going after Ghanaians, Nigerian pastor in Europe. People that live in Europe making their living, whether it's a pastor or engineer, talking things about Europe. He will put it on a video and say what this guy is doing in Europe, what this guy is doing in America. He left his country. He left his country. He's a pastor over there. He's talking about some bullshit. Innocent people that have nothing to do with him, right? Now, right now, Nana is our hero. There are so many Africans that contact attacking those guys, but I think he has more resources, more information to fight these guys than anybody right now. All I want you guys to come here is to promote this guy. That's all I want from you. You don't know what Oshay is saying about African, right? Oshay hate African than anything, both African and Caribbean, than anything you ever think of. Things that he said, right? This guy is so ugly with a big nose, biggest nose I ever seen. He's there talking about African feature, how we look, how our hair look. He doesn't even have hair, right? He live in Africa because it's a cheaper cost, and also he exploiting people over there, right? This is not any kind of professional job. This guy is the only there go on AI, get information, raw information about how African got educated in America, and then you get to African American that live in the project, take that and run with it, and say, well, we educated African. This guy is causing too much damage, right? Nana. Nana just started knowing about this guy. Who is there to fight for us, to put stop to this nonsense, right? One of the guy we're talking to recently, he said, "Oh, African right now that are going to Ivy League school, we're supposed to be going to this Ivy League school, but they bring in African to send them to Ivy League school and leave us out, we African Americans. Who get running around with all this fake information? Is Terry Nash, I don't know what even his name is, and Oshay Jackson running with all this fake information. And when the guy showed me a video, it was AI. Some white guy talking about they bringing African to replace African Americans. This is the damage that this guy is doing to us. We all we need from people to do is to help us to get rid of this guy from Africa. You say right now, Oshay, well, we compare Oshay's situation with African leader. Is no white person there on internet going after African or Caribbean? It's no white person doing that. Even if they're going there for sex. But when have you heard of a white person going on internet talking about African? Describing on how we dirty, talking about how Nigerians are criminal, saying things that have no sense. It's seeing how African walk in the street with no hope. But what are you doing there? If you live in a continent that people don't have no hope, people give up in life, what are you doing in Africa? This is the damage that this guy is causing, right? And thank God, Nana is well equipped. He's a professional. They don't have no way to stop this guy, right? And he doing his own in a very high level. He got more information on these guys, right? And they know this is the only person that can bring them down, right? We all are busy people. I'm a professional like a Nana, right? We may not be in the same field. I'm a finance person. He's more of like an engineering guy, right? I go to Nairobi too. I travel, right? Right. But I have seen African Americans stranded in Nairobi. They have no money. People have to put money together to send them back home, right? But we don't talk about these things. I don't go to Kenya and talk about all of these things. No, right? So you say now Ushu is more dangerous than Austin. Austin, all he's there is running for pussy all around. Just looking for prostitute, get $few here and there. He's not internet. I mean, targeting African. Only his scam that he just started. That's why I hate him so much. He scammed me African American thing and that he want to open a barber shop. But I know they need thousands of dollars as a foreigner to open business in Nairobi. With the exception of buying apartment, if you want to buy apartment, yeah, that's easy to do because sometimes when they pay for your apartment, they can send it to M-Pesa or whatever it is. You can receive your rent through that. You don't have to open, any kind of business as long as you can, get an apartment, rent it out. So that's how dangerous Oshay is. Oshay is causing too much damage to Africans right now. He's more dangerous than What his last name? Tari what? Yashi or I don't even know where he got him from with his name. But yeah, I will tell you this. O'Shea is dangerous. The way he's making it that he's employing people. Who are the people that he's employing? This is the guy that's go to the bar, to the nightclub, sleeping with employees, putting on a video, sexually harassing them. That's type of indecent human being. That's the person you want in Africa. Hell no. We don't
And,
deserve this.
and another thing that people forget is the Rainbow. You're saying I was muffled up, so I turned it down again. One thing I've noticed is a lot of the guys that have gone to Africa have gone to Africa because O'Shea invites them. So we got
Yes.
Austin Holloman because of O'Shea.
Yeah.
Is that real?
Yep,
Yeah.
he admits
Okay.
it. Yes, he's already admitted that on record. Yes, we got
Mm.
him because of O'Shea. A lot of guys have gone there because of him. For the most times, most people in America had this stereotype about Africa, so we would never go until big YouTubers started living there. So it made sense. Oh, if he can live there, then I can at least visit. And then Austin put cameras on 24 hours a day. Oh, there are apartments here. Oh, you guys are not living in huts. And then more people gain interest. I mean, I've done a lot of Passport Bro videos, so I know these guys, right? Latin America was a destination. One, is much closer, and two, there's an established sex business, right? So you don't have to break any laws. Prostitution is legal in Colombia, so you're not breaking any laws if you buy prostitutes over there, right?
Mm-hmm.
As long as you're doing it with the legal age, it's legal business. They even tell you where to go. It's right there. Go there. It's legal, and pay. So, and from Miami, you can fly to Medellin from Miami for $200, $300. So the average dude could go there for the weekend and be back to work on Monday. But
Yeah,
Africa, you need
I've been to Colombia. A lot of African Americans are in Colombia.
right. But you see, with Africa, you need those 3 days PTOs just for your flight days. So the average guy just can't go, right? And it costs more. But people are willing to go now, or they're fundraising on YouTube, like crowdfunding, to travel there, and then they'll put these girls on camera, turn around 10 years. Man, I
Yeah.
have so much footage of these guys. If you see what they're doing in Africa,
Hmm.
if you're proud of your country, you never allow these things to
Yeah.
happen. Like I've never seen this level of disrespect displayed on camera like this. I don't care if you do this quietly, nobody cares. Live your life. Mature people typically don't put their stuff on camera like that. But
Mm-hmm.
the struggles O'Shea has is all these videos are on camera. He's gotten smarter now because nowadays he doesn't film because he's become popular, and he regrets that we have these videos. But um, he hasn't changed as a person. He still does these things. That's just how he lives, man.
And one of the things that he's doing again, he's showing to this African American that he's a man. He can stay in Africa and insult African and abuse African and say what he want to say, and he live there. He taking himself to be a national hero and one of those ghetto kids, right? The things that he says, I live here. I live here. I know about this African. They're stupid. They're dirty. Who was accept that? Because
Yeah, yeah,
that's their lifestyle. That's how these ghetto people live in America. I'm sorry, Canada is different from here. These are the things that they boast about, right?
yeah.
They beat their chest. I live in Africa. Africans are dirty. This is how they look. They die in the street of hunger, and you live there, right?
Yeah, yeah. He's
Yeah.
giving them something to react to and make videos on.
Yeah.
He's
And
helping the people that are doing the FBA grift, right? Street media TV. That's O'Shea's buddy. O'Shea admitted yesterday that the guy was his mentor. Like he mentored O'Shea with life.
Mm-hmm.
His worldview came from Street Media TV, a Guyanese guy who is friends with Tariq Nasheed. So these guys they grew up, all the ideology is formed from the internet, right? Like if you ask me where I'm at ideologically, my ideology is based typically on things that I've studied and places that I've lived, right? So it's not something that was influenced by somebody else. I didn't go to watch a YouTube video to build who I am, ideologically, right?
Correct.
It came from reading a lot of Milton Friedman, you know, stuff like that, classical economic books.
Economics, Milton Freeman, Thomas
Yeah,
Sowell, etc.
the
Yeah.
so on, just a lot of classical economic books. And I was like, I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I'm a free market capitalist. That's what I believe in. I just think that's what can help humanity, all races, all places. And I'm not racist. I'm not pro black. I'm not pro anything. I'm not racist. I hit it down the middle. I go to dinner with the whitest human being on the planet, and I'll have no ill towards him. And that mentality has helped me a lot because it's also made me understand humanity much bigger than just color. Because once you come close to other people, you find out that you all have the same problems, man.
Yes,
Regardless of our
absolutely.
history, regardless of our
Absolutely.
histories, we all have the same problems. So it's very sad that I have to go after these guys because I don't want to do it. But if I don't do it, who is gonna? They won't stop.
And he's showing it to these people that he's a hero, he's a national hero. He can sit among the African and insult them and abuse them and say anything that he want to say. Right. How the streets are so dirty, how nobody telling African American not to come here. But he getting view because of negativity that he's putting out there.
You know, this
Okay,
is
but
a
Trust me
this
or
is
that
not,
that
well,
okay.
if you say that in America, FBI will go after you. I swear to God, things that this guy say.
Okay, I mean, that being said, let me interject here quickly, if I may. I mean, we talk about individuals potentially giving continental Africa a bad name. United States is very different from it's quite like there's a lot of ignorance in the United States for whatever reason. I don't know if it's the education system or what, right? So some of these so-called Black Americans, they can have a skewed perspective on the African continent, even relative to Canadians, right? Now that being said, in terms of individuals making content on Africa, there's a brother now, Bantu City Diaries. All right, I'm sure you guys have heard about this guy.
yeah.
Now, this guy, I can agree and disagree with certain things that he says from an objective perspective, historical analysis, etc. He seems to provide a lot of shock value, but okay, like he's going, if you want to use the modern vernacular, he's going in. He's really going in on on the African city states and the nations, etc., and the lack of infrastructure development, etc., etc., etc. So, you know, wouldn't that okay? Isn't that painting the Africans, countries, and cities, etc., in a more demeaning way than potentially what? If you look at Afro think tank or Oshay Duke Jackson as an example, it isn't what Bantu City Diaries doing more detrimental to the overall image of African nation states today.
Yeah, I've talked about that guy.
Okay.
I haven't watched his content deeply because I the first few videos of that I watched of him,
Mm.
it didn't it comes across as intelligent, but it wasn't intelligent, and not just because he
Hmm.
was critical of Africans. A lot of his data points were skewed. He doesn't research his videos. Most of his
Hmm.
videos are using language models, so he'll put a prompt up in Chat GPT. You can skew these
Hmm.
models to give you whatever you want in an output, right? So he does that. It reads it off a teleprompter for the most part. But he lives in England. From what I've gathered, he lives in England. Fled the war in Congo,
Mm.
and I don't think he's ever been back. But it's YouTube and it's niche based, right?
Hmm.
He's doing what O'Shea is doing now for for the FBA group. Okay. So I'm Black American. I live in Africa. So what I'm talking to you about Africa is true. Bantu Diaries is I'm African origin, even though I don't live, like probably never lived there. Just, because the Congolese war started very early on. So a lot of them had to leave. But lives in England. So if he's telling you things about Africa, there's some source of validation to it because he's African.
Correct.
So that he's doing similarly to what O'Shea is doing, only that O'Shea's is usually runs in bursts, not all the time. Like a big quick rant, gets drunk, says some nonsense, and goes away. Bantu's channel is sustained hits on this niche for a predominantly white audience, right? So he figured out that this is the audience that he wants. Mostly
Mm-hmm.
white and anti-black, anti-African people are now watching a lot of his content, and he's feeding it because he doesn't have any stake in Africa like that. You can be African and still not have any stake in Africa, right? We have a lot of people like that who do it just for the money, right? And he lives on YouTube, right? This guy needs the views to make a living, so he found something that works for him. But I think it bothers him because I read his channel description, and he put it on the description that his information should not be used to his information should not be used by white supremacists in reaction videos. And I was like, okay, so why are you giving this disclaimer? That tells me that you are aware
Mm-hmm.
that what you're doing can be used against you, but you still want to make money off of it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The moment I understood that of him, I was like, oh, that is just capital, right? He's just trying to make money off of it. And like, if I can fight him to not do content about his own people. You know what I mean? Like I can't fight him like, oh, this is what you're saying, this is what you're saying. That's too much territory for me to cover, right? And I don't think he lives in the US. So there's like there's a lot of people that do certain content, and I've seen a lot of that in Africa. Somebody said he's Nigerian, but I've seen a lot of this in African creators nowadays, where, like for example, Modi Speaks, right? Modi Speaks has almost 200,000 subscribers, and all her videos are anti-Black American videos. That is her niche. Okay, she takes the degenerate cultures of Black America and she makes videos on it, and she has a lot of viewers. Right, Bantu takes Africa's uh, L's, and then he makes videos of it.
Mm-hmm.
Negativity sells, he makes money. I don't agree with it. I think he's equally as dangerous as an O'Shea, but he's African and he doesn't live in Africa. You know what I mean? People like that will come around with time when they make enough money. They will probably look back and say, hey, this is how much damage I've done. But the stories that Bantu shares are these negative stories that we already know about Africa. Some of them are true, but these are things that we already know about Africa, right? He's not saying things that we don't know about Africa. He's only the people that don't know Africa will see it as, oh my God, he said this. It's usually things that everybody knows about Africa. And he's found his niche and he's found his audience, and he's doing it at the detriment of his own community. I can fight
Yeah.
that off. But O'Shea is not African.
Well, speaking of Bantu as well, again, like some of his videos or his topics of the videos, they're quite profound. I think he recently just I didn't watch the video yet, but the topic of the video has to do with Africans can't maintain anything because they've never built anything. Right? So is this common knowledge? Not necessarily, right? Because you've had great empires of African descent that have gone back millennia, several millennia, right? We all know this. You can read a couple of books of African history to figure this out. And so he's like presenting information like this, he's trying to crush that historical fact, right? By presenting a new propaganda type of narrative that saying that so-called blacks of Africa and the diaspora in general don't know how to do anything. And then using that historical reference, that quasi historical reference or false historical reference, and then projecting that to the modern time now, where you see there is a level of dysfunction, but it has a source, it has a root. There has been external factors, some of it of blacks' own doing, yes, but this is not blacks haven't been historically like this. And then now to say that this is how we are as a people, historically, we can't build nothing, no art, no literature, no science, no this, no that. It paints a whole new picture. So in terms of what you just said earlier about he's saying things that people already know, this one is he's presenting new topics to further denigrate potentially the image of of blacks in general.
Yeah, or somebody says that yeah, a lot of that is service level research. If you're a
Mm-hmm.
deep thinker and you watch his videos, it's like it really there's nothing he's really pointed out to make me like really consider like something that I'll think deeply about. If you say okay, building at scale is not something that black people have done. We can do little things in small pockets, but like to do it at grand scale, like what Western civilization does, there are some truths to that, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
you can see it. Barren systemic issues or whatever it is. There, it's like I look at things like sports, right? Black people who have always have a competitive advantage over all races. So I believe that throughout creation, certain groups have certain abilities beyond other groups. Look at Asians and test scores. It's not a coincidence, right? So the thing of development at scale, building systems at scale, is very common for Caucasians because maybe that's where their natural strength is. That's what they think first, right? They think at scale. They think massively. They think beyond smaller groups. Most African societies was communal, like you all lived smaller or large families, but circular in your own little spaces. So we built communal and around us. That's why we all eat together with our hands and stuff like that. Learning to do things at scale now came with civilization and modern science and technology, and we're slowly getting ourselves into it, right? But if you frame it as if we're never going to be able to do it, then cities like Kigali and Rwanda and Angola will debunk that because those cities have been well put together, and a lot of that has been done by by black people, right? So even Rwanda's reconstruction is amazing, and it was done predominantly by Rwandese. Yeah, a bit of Chinese help here and there, but mostly by Rwandese. So it's just a difference in civilizations, literature, science, certain groups having a head start because that's what they thought to do first, while
Mm-hmm.
we are thinking to do other things, right? We don't have winters in Africa, except for
Mm-hmm.
Southern Africa. But for the most part, where Africans lived, we didn't have extreme weather. We don't have tornadoes, so we didn't have to build shelters that would withstand anything. So it made sense not to worry about concrete and to use mud, right? We had hot summers, so we would touch our roofs with grass because that was the resource that was available to us. So they built based on what they needed and what nature gave them, right? Well, the West, however, they couldn't do roofs with touch. I mean, imagine one snow, right? Everything, and back then the weathers were even more extreme than today. So their environment forced them to think at scale to be able to survive. Humans were more of survivalists. We had to survive, and Europeans had to survive by doing things at scale, which made them very good at it. And now all of us, Asia, Latin America, and Africa, we are all catching on. It's not to make you not like feel that one group is superior. It's just that one group does something better because that's what they had to prioritize, and that's what they've engineered and done year over year and over the years, doing these things at scale to be able to survive. But Bantu will not break it down like that. He's just gonna say, "Oh, look at the African city. It doesn't look, it doesn't look this good, so they couldn't do it." Oh, this, and that is, I think there's another guy in the U.S. that does that. I've forgotten his name. There's an old dude from Benin.
Yes, bald headed gentleman
Yeah,
with glasses.
Frank.
Yes,
Frank.
yes.
Yeah. I heard about it. He doesn't sound no more. You look like a crazy person. You sound like some
Frank
crazy
Sanu.
guy. But
Talk about
but
Frank Sanu.
There's a background sound there. One of you brothers have there's excessive noise in somebody's background.
It's probably my fan.
There we go.
yeah, but I would tell you this, right? So recently, Spain lifted visa free on 8 African countries, right? All these African countries are well developed, right? If they were not developed, and none of these African country citizens travel to Europe or America, Number one was Botswana, Namibia, or Cape Verde, Mauritius, or Rwanda, and it was eight African country. Yeah, the more of them from the southern part of Africa and East Africa. Eight African country with visa free with Spain. It just happened a couple of days ago. So yeah, we have developed African country that well developed and garbage free. So if someone put all the African country into one basket, the African never built anything. That guy from Benin, he sounds so stupid. He doesn't even know what he's saying, right? He come up with a general statement that African never built anything, that he never read his own history.
Right.
So, some of these guys, they are just mad people. Kid.
They're just making it's just it's a money thing. I understand it. You have to pay the bills
You know?
sometimes, but if you're gonna make these statements, you have to like really, really do some deep research and come up with some real data and not just talk and speak some Igbo words and make it sound like that he's done his research. But yeah, I watched a few of them and I was like, yeah, I don't know. This is just too vague, too simple. Uh, Not a lot of data to back most of the things they talk about. So
Yeah.
like, you know what? I'm not gonna front them. Let them make their money. But that's not the diaspora world. These are just Africans speaking on African issues.
Yeah.
Whether the audience is Europeans, Black Americans, or somebody takes clips of them to make it bigger than it's supposed to be, that's fine. I'm not mad at him. He's got to pay the bills. But what Osha is doing is he's giving these guys more tools to use against the black immigrants here. And now he's got the Pan Africans that was pushing back on him because they need content visibility. They've also now joined it. Then they've become part of it.
Hmm.
Yeah. Let me show you guys this thing. I don't know how true it is, and we're gonna wrap up.
Yeah,
This is
guys.
this is Z showing some skin for donations on a 6-hour live stream today.
What's that?
This is Austin Holloman's supposedly upcoming wife. This is what they were doing on stream today
Donations.
to
Wow.
get donation. Sometimes the audience will tell you to stretch, turn around, show your back for an amount of money. They told Jirelo to shave his eyebrows the last time. They told somebody to put their face in oil or some stuff, some crap like that. NYC the future. They told NYC the future to put his face up in something, and he said he was so bad. He said no. So sometimes your audience will tell you to do something. So they probably told you see over here, she had a jacket on, right? Then here she has a jacket off. And then over here, she's even showing a little bit of her breast.
Oh my God. That's the woman that he called his wife?
Yeah, for donations. Look at them. Look at what they're doing, bro. So it starts like this,
That's sad.
you know. See, this is what it's come to. These people are not well, bro.
But Austin, I'm not surprised. His mom exchanging war, his mom calling him nigga, get out of the house. You know, I was like, you from some broken family, man.
I mean, to be fair to the African American too, how we see them today is not historically accurate either, or historically, it hasn't been their historical narrative. Post so-called slavery, like the blacks in the United States were very esteemed people. They had their own businesses. Even post-slavery, you within one generation, if you read some of these former slaves or the children of slaves, some of the books that they wrote, you need an encyclopedia to even follow. This is how heavy their writing was and their cognitive abilities and putting it on paper.
Mhm.
And you see their communities, hospitals, schools, banks, grocery stores, etc. And like the whites, and this is not all whites. Let me just say this too. This is not all whites. Not all white people are bad. Not all black people are good. Right? Because the pro blacks like to use rose-colored glasses on everything with blacks. But no, the whites really Look at the history. They went into their communities and destroyed the communities, put bridges and roads in their communities. That blacks had the highest marriage rate, lowest divorce rates, lowest incarceration rates. If you look at the IQ scores of blacks, even in the North, relative to even whites nationally and in the South, they had higher IQ scores. And then you had the advent of post 1960s. You had this push with an element of socialism, I guess you can say, and destroying of the so-called black family, and you have this chaos now. This is not has never been this. It's never been that way before, and now you're seeing this baby mama family structure being even extended to the whites. Right, their communities now are disintegrating as well. Now you have the East Asians leapfrogging everybody because they still have coherent family structures. But again, I say all this to say how the black Americans are today, this level of dysfunction, the blacks that America has are the blacks that they've created or they've pushed towards that direction. Because when the blacks wanted their own safe havens, their own communities, they went aside. The whites said, "Go over there, nigger, etc. Have your own towns over there." The blacks did that, and the whites still come down and burn everything, repeatedly for generations, creating chaos and fear. So now you have this single mother, single parent dynamic and a breakdown and degradation of the culture. And it's creating a lot of issues. And unfortunately, because America is the media center of the earth, it's the United States. And they kind of use the blacks, because blacks are very creative people from Africa to the United States to the Caribbean, etc. We're very creative people. And now these so-called blacks have been, in my opinion, this could be controversial or conspiratorial, but the blacks in the United States have been used as as an avatar for degeneracy on Earth. So now we can use these blacks now and promote a level of degradation in society, and other groups will pick that up. And you're starting to see it in the whites in America. You're starting to see it in other parts of Latin America, Africa, Asia, etc. I think you're seeing that as well. You're seeing a breakdown an increasing amount of degeneracy. So I just want to put that out there too in terms of the
But here's
Black
the thing,
American
though.
mindset.
I don't think it's just because the media it has attention and it's why we're seeing this, right? I live
Mm,
here, and I think if you're asking, maybe my chat is usually a little bit hostile, but if you ask in other groups, if people are gonna be very honest with you, man, it is that bad, bro. Like I said, maybe because you're up north, you don't see that in Canada, but it is bad. Like just before I
correct.
came on, I didn't want to play it today, but just before I came on, this happened. I'm gonna just show it to you just to give you an idea how bad it's gotten. It's this is
I
the
know it's
worst.
bad. I know it's. I have family in the U.S. I know it's bad.
It is
Very
bad, bro.
bad.
Like it's like some of them. I understand some crime, like maybe burglary, stealing some stuff, selling some dope. I got no problem if you sell dope, if you do some robbery, small robberies that don't involve guns, little things, right? Petty theft, or even the turf wars that they have with gangs and stuff. It's understandable because there's a reason for killing, right? Because they're fighting each other, right? It's a beef. But when you have stories like this, I'm just gonna let this play out a little bit
Hmm.
so we can
Oh,
talk
God,
about it. Let me
I'm
just
getting
give
to
it to
bed,
you.
man. It's
East Point
almost
police want to
midnight.
find the person who shot a Good Samaritan as she
Peace,
passed out
Kava.
food to the needy. The horrific shooting happened Wednesday morning as Dorothy Gordon handed out baked goods from the trunk of her car. Fox 5's Angelique Proctor joins us from Grady Memorial Hospital, where
Wow.
she just talked with the 75-year-old son.
Well, good afternoon, Christine. This shooting has angered a whole lot of community members and even veteran lawmen. And it's left 75-year-old Dorothy Gordon here at Grady Memorial Hospital with a bullet still lodged in her back.
I think it was terrible. It's just you never know what's going to happen, and somebody's trying to do the right thing, and then it's just stuff like this happen.
Justin Gordon is flabbergasted that someone would shoot his mother, Dorothy Gordon, at 9 o'clock in the morning as she passed out food Wednesday at this Chevron on Washington Road in East Point.
Mom,
You see, like
Hmm.
it came in my news before I came on today, and I was like, I couldn't believe it. It's like, somebody is sharing candy. You shoot that person in the back and then you run off. You shoot that person in the back, you run off. Um, when you have things like this, bro, man, it's like, and this it's not like I'm cherry picking things and I'm putting things out there because that's what they will say and stuff. This is just one scenario, right? I'm just saying I've looked at the data at scale. Okay, literally looked at the numbers and I've looked at the data. The welfare state and the welfare bill is where they start to drop off. Soon as the free money came in, okay, uh, welfare dependency was structured such that it was beneficial not to be with men and to build families.
Yeah, correct.
And that liberation pushed the men out.
So-called liberation. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
It pushed the men out, and they didn't get a hold of it quickly enough because these are things that you don't see the effect until maybe 10 years later, 20 years later. Then you start to see the effects.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
now they're starting to cover ground. They're trying to like get it back, right? You're trying to cover ground, but that system is the welfare system is still there, and the children whose parents were pushed out earlier on, they've had to have children and raise them by themselves. So they are figuring out life out by themselves. And this trend is going to continue. It'll probably take a couple cycles or generations for this to completely die out. This is why if you speak to a black American that is 60 years old, their way of thinking, the way they view other people, their view of the world is different. They are very enlightened, even if they are not formally educated. They're very respectful. They have a bit of a better insight with life. But they can't do it all by themselves, right? They can't go out in the community and mentor everybody and put everybody on the right track. So right now we are just walking around like madmen. If you get lucky and you get rich, just move out of the hood and then work your own little family to make it work out. And then if some people will get in trouble and then they'll go to jail, and then some people, and that cycle is continuing and continuing and continuing. And because the numbers are so big, it's become it's also made it very visible to the whole world that, oh, okay, this thing is dangerous. This
Yes.
and it's not
Yes.
everybody, right? But just when you have so many things like this happening, people are going to form those narratives about you, right? And it's not fair to them. I understand it's not fair because of course they're in the spotlight, so a lot of people are going to see this. And a lot of them, I'm sure, when they see this news, they're like, God, I hope it's not a black person. Sometimes I feel the same too, like, oh God, I hope it's not a black person. But it's going to be a black person. They're like, so what are we going to do? I think they feel stuck. They feel stuck because it's not everybody, but then you can't answer for everybody either. you know and the only way this gets resolved is if people make deliberate, like the Chinese policy where like everybody needs to have one child, right? That kind of Chinese policy. Everybody needs to get married. When Black America sets a day, instead of boycotting people's businesses, they set a date to marry themselves, right? And force men to marry, bring back arranged marriages, right? They have to force that. They need a generation of higher marital rates for this thing to turn around, bro. When I watched that story, the kid that Nolan that
Yeah.
drowned, and then also the Carmelo Anthony cases, all the media appearances, their daddies are not speaking. It's only the mothers that are speaking. If this happened in my home, my African home, God bless, I hope not. But if a tragedy like this happened and the media showed up, in most African homes, the men will be doing the talking. But all these two big news in the headlines right now, as soon as the media came on, the women were talking. And right now, only Nolan's mom has been doing all the talking, and the husband is just standing there, hands folded up, just listening in. They don't want to take control during the tougher times. These are all things that they need to reclaim, bro. So I see it. I know. Um, I can't say I have the solutions to it, but I know for a fact that one of the things that would turn it around is um, having a heavy focus on family. If they don't, not this nonsense that these our captains are saying, oh, give us more resources, give us more money. How much more money do you need? Right? It's
Yeah,
a,
it's a massive cultural issue, and you bring up some good points that there'll have to be borderline draconian acts or requests, such as like you have to get married, bring back arranged marriages, etc. But the culture in the Western world at large, even irrespective of the so-called Black Americans, I'm in Canada, right? So the culture in the Western world at large has deteriorated in general. I mean,
right.
the amount of sexual explicit images and videos and whatnot that you see in film from the 1950s relative to today is a major difference, right? Like we're really promoting a lot more degeneracy in general. And I always liked Afrobeats many years ago too, because it was a lot more cleaner than your typical American pop or hip hop or rock or whatever music genre you pick it. And I'm in Canada, like I said here, and even the whites are complaining about their family structure and how potentially some people say the lack of a culture that is more biblically oriented, dare I say, right, where you have a father, there's roles, there's gender roles, etc. Right, we're removing genders, and they're trying to push that in Africa too, obviously. So there's a lot of confusion here in the Western world. Whites, I know my white my white friends, they complain more. I would say this much too. Let me add this too before I know it's getting midnight here in Eastern Standard Time, but the Muslims here are very pro family. You'll have a Muslim family where the father might be driving Uber or doing Uber Eats for 12 to 15 hours a day, and his wife and or woman respects him in his one bedroom apartment with two kids more than a white guy making 250, 300 a year. His wife doesn't respect him, right? And his children don't respect him. And yet the Muslim guy driving or doing Uber Eats has more respect in his home from his wife and his children.
And has a prettier woman too.
And as a prettier woman, yes,
Yeah.
like I mean, more feminine, more soft, more gentle, etc. Right? So, like the entire Western model needs to be questioned, in my opinion.
Right.
And again, we can discuss this at length here too. Now, it's good
Yeah,
talking with you.
we'll do another
Yeah, yeah,
stream
yeah,
and
yeah.
talk about the gender, like
Right.
through the gender wars, how it started, and maybe talked about, we'll get deeper into like family dynamics and see if there are some solutions. Maybe we can pull up some data points, see how some cultures are doing it.
Sure. Yeah.
And yeah,
Well,
anyway,
peace. I
thanks
appreciate
for
you
coming
putting me
through,
on.
man.
And but I'm signing off. I'll come on another show another time. Appreciate the
Yes, sir.
conversation,
Yes, sir.
Nana.
Thanks for
All right,
coming
peace,
through,
peace,
man.
peace.
All right. All right, that'll wrap it up for us, man. I'm gonna put on the outro. Let's go.